to join our honorable chair, Professor Rotna Roy Sannala. Try to join her. Hello.
How can I help? How can I help her?
Do you have any contact number?
Just no, I don't have any contact number of madams. Please you call
Hmm.
madam and just you have share a link.
Already shared. This is the same link of today's and tomorrow's and yesterday.
Same link, same link.
Okay, okay. হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম বলেন।
আমি তো এগুলোই শুরু করবো, সব তো অন করা আছে।
সোনা নিয়ে আসো তুমি এটা। হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা।
Welcome everybody. It's a very good morning. Please wait for a few minutes because our respected chairperson, she, well, due to technical reason, she's even unable to join with us. So we are trying to connect with her. Please wait for a few minutes.
Hello Utpalda. Madam is trying to join with mobile phone or laptop. In case of mobile phone, madam need to download Google Meet apps. Otherwise, not possible to join from mobile apps. Mobile. But in case of laptop or desktop, by default, Google Meet option is there, apps is there. So in case of laptop or desktop, I think
Hello,
she will
Chandon.
not face any problem.
Hello,
Hello,
Chandon.
hello.
Just you send me the only link. Link means not the actually
Oh,
poster.
only
Just
link.
send the
Okay,
only
okay,
link.
okay,
Yes.
okay. Just a minute. এই উপলা মেইলে তো আপনার আছেই, হ্যাঁ আমি হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে দিচ্ছি আপনাকে। I have sent the link in your WhatsApp account. Oof.
ওরাই কিছু করতে পারছে না।
ওদের সমস্যা হচ্ছে, অপারেট করতে পারছে না। যখন জিনিসটাকে ধরে রাখতে পারে না, হঠাৎ আপনা আপনার তুমি বেরিয়ে যাও, এটা বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে। এটা হয়ে গেছে আমার সাথে।
এখানে চেয়ার নিয়ে বস না, একটা চেয়ার যেখান থেকে নিয়ে সব তো ওইভাবে ঢুকিয়ে দিয়েছিলাম।
Hello, Chandon. Hello. Hello, Chandon.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Acha, we may start now, huh? Chandon. I think
Yeah.
Madam is technically failed to contact with us, so we may try start now. And after when you will she will available, then she enter in this particular session. And now I think we may start the
Hello,
session.
you in
And
this
we are
case,
already
hello, Dr. Utpal Roy. In this case,
hello.
I like to request you, until and unless ma'am join with us, you may start the session as a chairpersons, and I will assist you. So in this way, we can start the session. and after joining madam will take the charge of the session. Okay, so I think it will be
Hello.
better to proceed the session.
Okay. Hello, Chandan. So we may start now, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, it's a lovely Thursday morning. Hello and welcome everyone, our resource person, dignitaries, speakers, and participants from India and abroad. I am very pleased to welcome all of you today for the today's in national level webinar on Sino-Indian relation, historical perspective, and contending contemporary dynamics. Thank you too much, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here today with us. And
One
yes,
information.
we are. This is
One information. Bipro. Hello,
mm,
Bipro. Are you here? Bipro or
Yes, yes,
Somnath?
yes,
আমি আছি
yes.
আমি
Please start recording.
Yeah, yeah,
Please
yeah.
start
Yeah,
recording.
ওকে
yeah. Okay, I'm starting the recording, and also the YouTube live is there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
so today we have. We will start our technical session for number 6. Here, the session it is already decided. The session will be chaired by Dr. Professor Ratna Roy Sennal, retired professor, Department of History, University of North Bengal. And this session will be assisted by Mr. Chandan Roy, our coordinator of this particular our senior webinar, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda. But due to technical reason, Professor Ratna Roy Sannal, yet she failed to join with us, and we have already 10 minutes late to start our programs. To here we have three invited speakers. First, Dr. Shoilen Devnath, Associate Professor, Department of History, Alipurduar College. His topic is historical perspective of Sino-Indian relation. And next, Dr. Somiparna Rokhit, Head of the Department of History, Vijayagar Jyotish Roy College, Kolkata. Her topic is Sino-Indian relation since Doklam. And the last one of this particular session, Dr. Sapna Mitra, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of History, Shohid Kudram College. Her topic is debate in the context of Sino-Indian relationship. So before going our session, I just here want to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Shoilen Devnar. Doctor, I have already mentioned that Dr. Shoilen Devnar, he, he is the associate professor, Department of History, Alipurduar College, and he has published number of books, The Meeting of Hindu Gods, Goddesses, and Myths, Secularism of Western and Indian, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, his philosophy, political thought, and contribution, human rights in the context of caste, class, gender in India, Kamtapur explored history of Eastern India, the Coach Rajvamshi from Panchanan to Greater Kuchbihar movement. This is also another important publication of the today's speakers. Indo-Bhutan relation in modern times, a study of bilateral relation. Next, the unfortunate Indian, essays of cultural history of North Bengal, West Bengal in doldrums, the Duvas in historical transition. These are the books actually written by today's speaker, and some are edited books, Social and Political Tension in North Bengal since 1947. And also he published number of journal and books in different articles and research journal. And here I would like to call Dr. Sholen Devnath for delivering his first invited lecture. Over to Chandan Roy. Hello, Chandan.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Ah,
Just start the session. Sir, here we have 15 minutes for all presenters. Our chair this session will be assisted by Mr. Chandan Roy. Please, Chandan, our chair this session will be assisted by Mr. Chandan Roy. Please, Chandan Roy, start the session.
Okay, Dr. Shoilen Devnath sir, please start your presentation, and within 15 minutes, try to collect all the questions, and they may ask the question to they may raise the question to the paper presenters. So in this way, we can manage the session in systematic. So I now request Dr. Shoilen Devnath sir, please start your presentation.
Just beginning, I tell you, am I audible? Please, just the beginning, I tell you, I haven't prepared any paper. So I'm giving an extemporaneous speech. I don't know whether within 15 minutes I can come to any conclusion or not. When the appropriate time will be offered, you just give a signal, I shall stop there. My topic more or less covers the spectrum of Sino-Indian relations. I know it well that these relation factors into thousands of years. That's why I have it into 4 sections or phases. The first phase that began remote past came to an end in the 12th century AD. And this phase is called, otherwise, the phase of collaboration, mutual understanding, and reciprocity. The second phase in the 12th century AD comes to an end in the 18th century AD. At that time, this 18th century 1800, I have taken as a in the history of the beginning of colonialism in India, because at that time,
Sorry, Dr. Devnath, for 1 second. Ratna Madam will join in this session as a chair, and this session will be chaired by Ratna Madam, and the session will be by Chandan Roy. Okay, start.
Okay. Thank you. So, Ratnadi,
Yes. Madam, please unmute your sound. Okay, sir, you start.
Okay. And I have that third phase, that is the colonial period, that came to an end in the year 1947, case of India, and as in the year 1959, China turned to East, so that year also, year of the, but I have taken it to be 15, the beginning of the 4th phase of relationship, and that really covers 7 years so far till date. So it is the shortest phase of Sino-Indian. I go to the first phase of Sino-Indian relations. That is very important because, as we find in the last phase, a problem, please.
Okay, sir, you may proceed. No problem.
Oh, all these interruptions, that is, communication is going on. So, the first phase, as I told, the relation was really cordial, and the last phase, we find that it has become really sour and bitter. So, we have to not only the political relations, but also people-to-people relations between these two countries. The Chinese used to call their country Chungguo or Chungguo, the central. And for that reason, the Chinese had been much boastful, and they considered that they need not have to depend on other people, rather other people had to depend on the Chinese. But they developed very deep relations with the Indians. And the very China is of Sanskrit origin, Indian origin. Find the of the in the Mahabharata, in Kautilya's author, as subsequent Sanskrit. They learned it from India, and they transmitted this idea of calling the name China Europeans, otherwise the Europeans call China Cathay. And whatever it has been named, we find this phrase is very, very important because, as I told, it was this mutual understanding and reciprocity. I have divided this phase into three parts. That is commercial and trade relations between the two countries, cultural relations, and the third is educational relations. Trade relations, in fact, between India and China began remote past, but at least in the record we find that it began in a better way in the 3rd century BC, when there was the Mauryan rulers in India at the time of this, and this became rather more powerful under the rule of Bactrian in India, as Minan became the powerful ruler in western part of India during his time trade with China and India increased. It increased manifold under the rule of the Kush. And this Konishko, with his empire, included the whole Afghanistan, the whole of Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, all these countries. And he defeated the Chinese and he occupied Xinjiang or Xinjiang, the province of China, as well as Western Tibet. And because of this, that is growth that really helped the Indians and the Chinese to carry on trade. The Chinese to export silk to India. India used to export cotton cloth, just another valuable thing. As this Silk Road came under his control, Kanishka rather made the Chinese traders to hand over Chinese silk to the Indian traders, and the Indian traders used to receive it onto the Silk Road. And that developed many big cities, at least in consideration of the standard of those days. Kapisha, that is Kabul, and further north there was Khotan, Yarkand, Kuch, and Turfan. All these are very important trading centers. The Chinese used to sell their things even in those centers. The Indian traders used to go there, receive it, and often the Chinese traders used to come to India. India monopolized the Chinese silk trade because another route, that is silk route from China via Middle East to the bank of the Mediterranean Sea. So that route temporarily was suspended because of the pressure put by Konishko. And that's why as India monopolized silk trade, online silk trade, India became rich. This helped the Kusano rulers to issue gold coins one after another. This trade deals between India and China remained more or less intact even during the Gupta. Kusano period, the trade has increased with China. The same way trade increased with the Roman Empire, as the Indian traders sailed across the Arabian Sea, went to the Gulf, and so and they used to sell their things to the Romans. During the Gupta period also, this trade with China increased manifold. And we find in the Kalidasa, his book Abhigyan Talam mentions that Shakuntala used to put on Chinese silk, Chinanko. These two names, Chinasuko and Chinapoto, we find in Sanskrit literature. Chinapoto means the bundles of Chinese silk, and Chinansuko means simply Chinese silk. Anyway, this was the Orient Silk Route during the period of Ashoka and subsequently under the Pal rulers of Bengal. This trade continued. There was another Silk Route that was Maritime Silk, that was from southern India. That also flourished right from the 2nd century BC. We have to notice the Pallava rulers and the Keras did it, and it continued up to the 11th century when there was Rajendra Chol, one who occupied some areas in Annam, that is present Vietnam, Cambodia, and all these countries. And that trade would go on across the Bay of Bengal and also across some part of the Pacific. Indian traders used to go to the Southeast Asian countries, this Indonesia, in those days known as Suvarnabhumi, Malaysia, Thailand, and other countries, to sell them. And that trade between India and China flourished is approved by the finding of horn in Tamil Nadu. This proved that relations really increased. These good trade relations India and China more or less came to a horn in the 12th century, though just before the Turks occupied the entire Silk Road on the end of the 12th century. We find that they came to India and occupied more or less everything, gradually the whole of India, except one part Vijayanagar, and Vijayanagar continued trade as long as it existed. Up to enter China, whenever they felt it that it was needed, they went to China and replaced Buddhism. The first person of Great Repute to have gone to China was Mahakashyapa. Kashyapa Matunga. So this Kashyapa Matunga went there. He translated many Buddhist scriptures from Pali and Sanskrit to Chinese. The second person of importance to have gone to China was Kumaro Jiva. He was an Indian monk, used to stay in Kutch, that is Xinjiang province of China, and therefrom he went to China, and he was well versed in the Chinese language. He translated many books there in China. And we find in course of time, from southern India also, one great Buddhist monk, he was Buddha Bhadra. He went to China, established the greatest Buddhist monastery there, the Shaolin Buddhist monastery. And following him, another Buddhist monk, he was also very great, he was Bodhidharma. He went to China and he introduced Chan Buddhism, that in course of time came to be known as Jain Buddhism in Japan. Another important thing, this Buddha Bhadra, he introduced martial art in China. It seems to be very clear that China prospered so much in martial art, but not the Indian people. It is because the Chinese people followed it meticulously. And his students in Shaolin Monastery became the great masters in martial art. The type of martial art that had been developed and practiced by the Chinese before Buddha Bhadra was only Kung Fu. But the other aspects, other types of martial art, as it came into existence and developed in China, in course of time in Korea and Japan, all these were taught by these Buddhist preachers who had gone there from China, from India to China. So it is very, very important. Now, we find many other Buddhist monks went there and they did the same thing. And it was not, in fact, one-way traffic. They are from China also. There came many Buddhist preachers, Buddhist monks, learners to India to learn Buddhism in its original form. So we find the name of Faxian or Fahian, one who came to India in the 4th century AD, and he traveled India, left an account of India, that is an important source of Indian history. On the other, we find that he took along with him many Buddhist scriptures of China, and he was entrusted by the Chinese government to translate all these things, though he himself alone could not complete. Other Buddhist monks helped him in course of time in Chinese language. And we know it very well that Faxian was followed by Zhuang, otherwise known as Yuan Shang. He came here, stayed 12 years, studied in Nalanda University, ended up in becoming one of the professors there, maintained very good relations with Harsha Shiladitya, and after 12 years, he returned to China. He was highly greeted or given the high honor by the Chinese Emperor Taizong. So in this case, we find that the political aspect and cultural aspect got commingled together because the Chinese emperor himself took much interest in the spread of Buddhism, in the translation of Buddhist scriptures from Pali and Sanskrit to Chinese. So there we find he was considered, he was appointed as a royal translator of all the scriptures that he accompanied to China. And afterwards, we know that very well that came Yijing, otherwise known Yitishing, Ma Huan, and so many others came to India. And this way we find that there was a good collaboration between India and China. The reasons of why Buddhism became so much interesting and so much popular in China, this reason lies elsewhere. Because before Buddhism in China, there was Taoism. And Taoism, in fact, followed the path of the law of nature. Tao Te Ching, that is the way of nature, laws of nature. The Tao masters, they taught this. And here we find in India, Buddha also did the same thing. He told that natural laws are paramount and these have to be followed. And this theory of Buddhism we find in his concept of Ta Tha Ta. And we find his theory of impermanence and change in nature. These ideas of Buddhism and the ideas natural way of life as introduced by the Taoists became commingled together. Time came when any Taoist would consider himself Taoist and Buddhist together. The same way in India also, we find that some people, some Buddhist monks, even went to the extent of knowing Taoism more and more so that they could make Buddhism more popular in China. Anyway, we find
Sir,
that this also...
Sorry for interruption. Sir, please conclude within 5 minutes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
I shall not go further. The second, third, and fourth phase, I shall not go. I shall finish here only. The first phase. Anyway, we now come to the third aspect of relationship between China and India. That at that time, means during the first phase, and this is in fact educational relations between the two countries. And in this case, we find that as the Buddhist monks were there, and most of the Buddhist monks are really very much learned people. Here in India, many of them were teachers of Nalanda University, Takshashila previously, and then Udantapur University, Vikramshila University, Pushpagiri University, Jagaddal College, and also this Sompur University. They were well versed in Indian astronomy. And also they knew a lot about Indian numerals from 1 to 9 and 0, because these all had been developed by the Indians. And Ayurvedic. The Buddhist preachers went there to China carried all these things with them to China. And we find Gautama Siddha, one Indian scientist as well as Buddhist monk, he went there to China and translated all these things in Chinese language. On the other, hundreds of Buddhists from China as well as students came to India. They studied in Nalanda University, Vikram Shilabodam, and Shumpu, all this. So all these things, in fact, came to a halt. And all these universities are destroyed by the Turks in this country. So time is coinciding because trade relations in one sense came to a halt, cultural relations also came to a halt, educational relations between China and India also came to a halt. When the Indian universities were destroyed, automatically the Chinese need not have to come here. What happened? The next phase, as it was a phase of isolation, silence, and recession, rather, in the relationship between India and China, the Chinese developed Buddhism and the Indian knowledge of Indian sciences in their own way. Automatically it happened. So I conclude here. Thank you. Time I need have to begin earlier, or rather say should have been given more time, but it is simply that we have to maintain time as well. So many other speakers are there. So thank you. If there is an opportunity in course of time, we can share our views further. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Soilen Devnath sir, for his nice presentation. And as we have time limitation, so I interrupt him, but he is presenting a very good way. So I think Madam is here, so Madam will give her observation. Madam, I think it will be better to give your observation after the completion of the 3 paper presenters. Madam, you need to unmute your speaker, ma'am. Ma'am, you need to unmute your speaker. On your screen, there is a speaker option. Ma'am, on your screen there is a speaker option. You click on the speaker option.
Left button, madam. Actually, left button.
Actually, you need to click on the red button where the speaker sign is, and speaker sign is red. If you click on the speaker side, it will become green or white.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, am I audible now?
No, ma'am. Actually, we are trying to connect. Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, now it is okay.
It is okay.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. Hello.
Yes,
okay, ma'am. I think you will give your observation after the completion of the 3 papers, or one by one. After the completion of the 3 papers.
Yes, that will be fine.
Okay. So
hello?
Okay, ma'am. So we are requesting our second presenters, Dr. Sri Porna Rokshit, and Dr. Sri Porna Rokshit is the head of the Department of History, Bijoygarh Jyotish Raj College, Kolkata, and her paper title is Sino-Indian Relations since Doklam. And Madam, your time is 15 minutes, and you try to conclude your paper within the time limit. And so, Madam, Dr. Sri Porna Rokshit.
Dr. Somiporna Rokshit.
Somi Porna Rokshit. Yeah.
Yes. Dr. Somiporna Rokshit.
Yeah, am I?
Yes, madam. You are audible. Hello, madam.
Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah.
I just I am introducing you.
Sure.
Dr. Somiporna Rokshit, actually assistant professor in history. She has been teaching for last 18 years and taught in different reputed colleges and universities of India also. At present, she is teaching at Bijoygarh Jyotish Roy College, Kolkata, affiliated to University of Kolkata. She was conferred with a doctoral degree in history by Jadavpur University, one of the renowned university in our country in 2009. Here, her area of interest is a very much diverse and wide, mass, which include child right, right of Indian women, history of Indian women, gender history, history of Egypt, and many more. Dr. Rokhit has published papers in UGC report, national journals, and also written chapters in some reputed edited books. Dr. Somiparna Rokhit, Assistant Professor, Head, Department of History, Vijayagar Jyotish Roy College. Welcome, madam.
Okay, I need to present my paper. So I'm starting presenting.
Yes. Hey, Chandan.
Okay, ma'am. Just click on the present now option.
Yeah, I know. Just see the whether it is visible or not. It is visible now?
No.
Yes,
Yeah.
It is visible?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm making it full. Yeah, I'm starting now. Good afternoon to you. Am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, you may proceed. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Hello? Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam
You are
is not
audible.
visible.
Okay,
Yes,
good
proceed.
afternoon. Yeah.
No.
My paper is Sino-Indian relations. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Please proceed. Yes.
Okay. My paper is Sino-Indian relations since Doklam. This paper mainly focuses on border disputes and military history between India and China. Sino-Indian relations or Indo-Chinese relations refers to the bilateral relationship between the People's Republic of China, PRC, and India. Although the roots and economic competition between these two countries, and sometimes it became strained also. The modern relationship began in 1950 when India was countries to end formal ties with Taiwan, that is the Republic of China, and recognized the PRC as the legitimate government. Relations between contemporary China and India have been characterized by border disputes resulting in three military conflicts. Number one, the Sino-Indian War of 1962. Number two, the Chola Incident, 1967. And the 1987 Sino-Indian skirmish. This 1987 incident is not very known. So I will also emphasize on that. In early 2017, the two countries clashed at the Doklam Plateau along the disputed Sino-Bhutanese border. However, since the late 1980s, both countries have successfully rebuilt diplomatic and economic ties. So mainly I will focus on the Doklam, but prior to that, some of the incidents are very interesting, some border disputes, so I have to emphasize on that. Just for information, this is a picture. I think it's visible to the participants. This is a picture of the border of China and India at Nathula, but it is just only ironware. So India has been putting so much importance on Indo-Pak border, but less importance have been given on Indo-China border. So very often, so much intrusion have there occurred into Indian territory. I must also inform that. And this is a map. Just for information, I will tell that Indo-China refers to Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos till 1950, and it was under French domination. And but the China and Indian relationship is termed as Sino-India, not Indo-China, because these three countries were actually referred to as Indo-China. That is why Sino-Indian relation is referred to India and China. I'm not going to the ancient history between our relationship between India and China because much have been said by Devnath sir. But I will emphasize on some of the points. This is a comparative study between India and China regarding water, land, and mainly the economy. You can see that so much of disparity is there, economic growth and GDP growth. But one thing I should mention here, that China and India are separated by Himalayas and both share a border with Nepal and Bhutan. But soon after 1949, India and China established diplomatic relation, and 1962 war overshadowed their relationship. But parts of Kashmir region claimed by India are claimed and administered by either Pakistan, POK, that Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and by PRC, Akshay Chin. I'm showing you a map here. Just a second. This map is here. This portion, this arrow, I think it is visible. This is Pakistan administered Kashmir, and this is LOC, line of control. And this portion actually was part of India, but it was occupied by Kashmir, but it was ceded by Pakistan to China. This is Siachen Glacier, which is under India. And this portion of Jammu and Kashmir, which is also occupied by China in 1954, it is known as Aksai Chin. And this border is known as line of actual control. So now I'm going to the fact that just after, right from the very birth of China in 1949, China was aggressive in its foreign policy, because on 7th October 1950, Chinese troops crossed the Sino-Tibetan boundary and moved towards Lhasa and reasserted control over Tibet. And because Nehru, he said that India does not have any territorial ambition or political ambition, and with India's support to China, Tibetan delegates signed the agreement. And from there on, this Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, this actually the Indians and Chinese are brothers. In this environment, I'm informing you that in 1954, in this environment when Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai, this slogan became very popular, India published a new map, and that included this Akshay Chin region, where China already intruded and built their road inside India's border, and all this portion, Akshay Chin region, has already been occupied by China. And in 1959, PRC Premier, PRC means China, People Republics of China, Zhou Enlai wrote to Nehru pointing out that no government in China had accepted the McMahon Line as legal, which in the 1914 Shimla Convention defined the eastern section of the border between India and Tibet, and also rejected the 1840 peace treaty between British India and Tibet in March 1959. Now I'm just jumping on and keep aside 1960s, but I'm going to 1970s, and where I have to point out that in 1975, Sikkim was annexed as the 22nd state of Indian Union following a referendum which was criticized by China. And in 1980s, Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi approved a plan to upgrade the deployment of forces around the line of actual control with China. India also undertook infrastructural development in disputed areas. During this time, there were lots of inputs regarding China's support to Pakistan's nuclear program. In 1984, Indian soldiers began actively patrolling the Samdarong Chu Valley in Arunachal Pradesh. And in June 1986, the Chinese occupied Kashmir and Chinese occupied position in Samdarong Valley that is vacated, which was, it occupied, China occupied that Samdarong Chu, vacated by Special Security Bureau, and built a helipad in Wangdong. And this and India moved a brigade by MiG-26 helicopters in October 1986. When asked to vacate, China refused. And India declared Arunachal Pradesh at that year February 1987 and launched Exchequer Board in early 1987, moving large number of troops by helicopters to the border. And so Arunachal Pradesh was declared a state. It became a warlike situation there at the border along LAC. And again, in 2006, the dispute restarted. I will come over to it again later on. In 2000, there is a Sikkim issue. In December 1999, in a major embarrassment for China, the 17th Karmapa, Urgwe Trinle Dorji, who was proclaimed by China, made a dramatic escape from Tibet to the Ramtek monastery in Sikkim. It is very interesting because China couldn't accuse India here, because if they accuse Sikkim, they will actually accept the fact that Sikkim is part of India, but which was China did not want to recognize. But in 2003, China officially recognized Indian sovereignty over Sikkim as the two countries moved towards resolving the border dispute. And in 2004, the two countries proposed opening up the Nathula and Jilipa passes in Sikkim. In 2006, China and India reopened the Nathula Pass for trading. And again, the NEFA region, NEFA is actually Northeastern Frontier Agency. And in 2006, China and India had a verbal spat over claim of the Northeast Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh again, what I told earlier. India claimed that China was occupying 38,000 kilometers of its territory in Kashmir, while China claimed the whole of Arunachal Pradesh as its own. But here in 2007, again an interesting thing happened, and China denied the application for a visa from an Indian administrative service officer in Arunachal Pradesh. According to China, since Arunachal Pradesh is a territory of China, he would not need any visa. But later in December 2007, China reversed its policy by granting a visa to Marte Sora, an Arunachal-born professor in computer science. In January 2008, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh visited China to discuss trade, commerce, defense, military, and various other issues. In October 2009, Asian Development Bank, ADB, formally acknowledging Arunachal Pradesh as part of India, approved a loan to India for a development project there. Earlier, China had exercised pressure on the bank to seize the loan. However, India succeeded in securing the loan with the help of United States and Japan. China was not very happy in this incident. Now I will go to the Doklam issue, Doklam standoff. India's relation with China became tense due to the standoff in the Doklam area near Sikkim sector, where India's troops along with Bhutanese army foiled Chinese People's Liberation Army's attempt to encroach on a disputed enclave. The Chinese have responded by suspending the Kailash Manasarovar Yatra through the Nathula Pass and even warning India not to forget the lessons from 1962 war. Here, on 16 June 2007, Chinese troops with construction vehicles and road building equipment began extending an existing road southward in Doklam. You can see in the map. I am explaining it later, the map. A territory which is claimed by both China as well as India's ally, Bhutan. On 18 June 2017, around 270 Indian troops with weapons and 2 bulldozers entered Doklam to stop the Chinese troops from constructing the road. Among other charges, China accused India of illegal intrusion into its territory across what it called the mutually agreed India boundary and violation of its territory, sovereignty, and even charter. Understanding between the two governments regarding the tri-junction boundary points. Now I will show here in one map, I think it is visible here, that this is actually, this arrow, this was actually Bhutan, but China intruded towards south, and Doklam, this is Doklam, which is called Dokala by Indians and Doklam by the Bhutanese. And this Batangla, this is actually the tri-junction as per India's interpretation of the 1890 convention. But China was actually claiming this whole Bhutanese region and encroached this region, and they are telling that this is not actually the tri-junction, this is the tri-junction, this is Jimochin. It is China's interpretation. And they are making this red line, I think it is visible, and this red line as the international border between Bhutan and China. So China is actually encroaching the whole part of this Bhutanese territory into their own territory. And so Indian foreign minister said that if China unilaterally changed the status quo of the tri-junction point between China, India and Bhutan, then it posed a challenge to the security of India. If China becomes, actually if India accepted this red line as the international border, then China will become actually India's neighbor. That India don't want, actually doesn't want this. And so US also expressed concern in mid-July 2017. China repeatedly said that India's withdrawal was a prerequisite for meaningful dialogue. On 28 August 2017, China and India reached a consensus to put an end to the border standoff. Both of them agreed to disengage from the standoff in Doklam. So now I will go to the later on what happened after this Doklam issue, how the relationship between India and China became, and how what are the other colors were added after Doklam incident. Now the current trends, I'm just wrapping it very first, and the Sino-Indian relations in the last 2 years have been generally stable and gradually emerged from shadow of the Doklam crisis. However, issues that will continue to affect the ties have not been completely, am I audible? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. Please.
Yeah, I'm
conclude
concluding. I'm concluding. However, issues that will continue to affect the ties have not been completely addressed, especially the mutual trust deficit and the Sino-Pak nexus in terms of Jammu and Kashmir, arms exchange, space cooperation, and China-Pakistan economic corridor, that is called CPEC. So it is also very interesting a thing. One is the BRI and another is CPEC. BRI is Belt and Road Initiative. CPEC is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So China is actually doing this thing. Given the current mutual trust deficit, any action from either of the two sides in border areas, including infrastructure construction and resource development and utilization, will raise hackles. So BRI, what China is doing, that the Muslim-dominated China province, Xinjiang province, is actually, and China is taking initiative to make build road from China, from the Xinjiang province to Gadar project, and that Gadar, and inside Pakistan, through Pakistan. This is called actually the BRI. And CPEC also, predictably, the competition between the two countries in the Indo-Pacific region will continue. CPEC is an ambitious connectivity project which links China's Muslim-dominated Xinjiang province to the Gadar deep sea port on the Arabian Sea in Pakistan. And the other thing, this is the string of pearls theory, is a geopolitical theory regarding the network of potential Chinese intention in the Indian Ocean region. Actually, China is landlocked, and it is having the access here in this ocean. So it is making ports in different countries and to go to this Middle Eastern countries. So all these ports are actually called the string of pearls. So considering the ties are plagued by insufficient mutual trust, the state of Indo-US, Sino-US and US-Pak relations. So now I'm concluding here that China and India must consider more cooperation on global or regional governance issues despite competitions that exist among each other. Given the economic slowdown in developed economies, it is unrealistic to expect them to provide more public goods. And the potential of the two countries can be understood from the fact that China and India constitute 1/3 of world population and 1/4 of world skilled labor. In all, If the two countries respect each other's core interests and learn from each other's successful experiences in the process of national development and governance and carry out more cooperation on global and regional governance issue, Sino-India relations in 2020 will be better than they were 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamiparna Rokshit, madam, for your nice presentation. Madam, stay with us, and if any questions are there, so after completion of the third presenter's paper, we will take the question, and finally, madam will give the observation. So thank you once again,
Okay.
madam. The next paper presenter, next paper presenters is Dr. Swapna Mitro, and she is now the head of the Department of History and Assistant Professor, Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College. And the paper title of Madam Dr. Swapna Mitro is Tibet in the Context of Sino-Indian Relationship. So before going to request Dr. Swapna Madam, I like to request Dr. Utpal Rai, please introduce Madam Swapna Mitro. Sir.
Thank you.
Hello,
Dr.
Utpal Rai,
Swapna
sir.
Mitro, yes. Dr. Swapna Mitro is an assistant professor in history in Shohid Khudiram College, West Bengal, India. She also worked as an assistant professor in North Bengal St. Xavier's College for a long period. She did her PhD from the Department of History, Assam University, Silchar in 2015. In 2009, she has completed his MPhil degree from the Center for Himalayan Studies, North Bengal University. She has published many articles in the national and international academic journal. She attended many seminars, workshops, conferences in India and abroad also. In 2018, she has visited University of Winchester, England, where she has presented an academic research paper. Presently, she is writing her own books on preparing her postdoctoral degrees. Welcome, Dr. Swapna Mitro, Head, Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College, Alipurduar. Dr. Swapna Mitro.
Madam, try to conclude, madam.
Unmute your microphone.
Ma'am, unmute your microphone, ma'am. Unmute your microphone.
Okay. So, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. My
Yes,
time
yes,
starts
yes.
from 2 and 5, so I will finish before 2 and 20. Okay. So, Honorable Chair, respected teachers, it's a really pride for me to speak in front of my own teachers. As we know, yesterday there was a first paper was delivered by Jigmila. He also spoke about Tibetan issues. So I'm not going to touch what he has already pointed out. And today I would like to outline the contours of Sino-Indian relations in the content of Tibet. Historical facts suggest that Tibet issue plays a pivotal role in the dynamics of Sino-Indian relations. Even during the British period, Tibetan plateau was considered to be geopolitically and strategically very much important for British India. China under Mao Zedong took steps to annex Tibet, and the people of Tibet, under the spiritual leader of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, could not accept the actual domination of their homeland. And after abortive Dasha uprising, they left their hearth and home and crossed over India. Since then, the Tibetans in exile attained the status of refugee, and such status is not against the international law, and UNO accepts the status via valid humanitarian ground. Yet, the issue of Tibetan refugees and its presence of His Holiness the Dalai Lama has been an irritant for India and China. And Sino-Indian conflict of 1962 cannot be considered being without reference to the Tibetan refugee issues. The Tibetan plateau is strategically located between India and China with her global ambitions, have taken over Tibet and pushes further around the line of actual control with India. I would like to elaborate on how the Sino-Indian relations has been shaped by the developments in Tibet and the spillover of the developments in the form of Tibetan exodus into India in 1959 and onwards. When Tibetan refugees came to India, there were three phases they came. Initially, they came in 1959 by the Assam Northeast Frontier Route Agency. When they came to India, they were welcomed by the Indian officials, and uh, His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the religious head of Tibet, he fled from Tibet when the information went to the Tibet that their religious leader left their country. So the followers of Dalai Lama, they left their country and they followed him to India. So, and the next phase in the next phase during 1980s, when China policy was changed and Indo-Nepal Tibet border was opened, then a huge number of influx comes to India as a refugee. And again in the last phase during 1986, 1992, 1991, and 93, there are a huge number of Tibetan refugees came to India as refugee, and due to unsatisfaction of the Chinese under the Chinese rule in Tibet. When Tibetan refugees came to India, the prime concern of the government of India was to look after the Tibetan refugees, to settle them in a safer place. Initially, keeping in mind that when they came to India in 1959, they settled in there was a temporary camps has been settled for their settlement. It was only after 1962 there was a permanent settlement has been introduced for the Tibetan refugees in India, and there was no declared policy by the Indian government towards the Tibetan refugees. But at the same time, it took measures to rehabilitate and settle them in a different parts of the country in a systematic manner. The sudden turn of events determines the course of action. When the Tibetan refugees started pouring in, the government could not help them to escort every time to the safer places, but subsequently their rehabilitation began after 1962. And the government, however, took more sympathetic and concrete attitude for to understand the formulation of policies towards Tibetan refugees. And it is very much important and necessary to understand the changing Indian relationship in India in this sphere. So when Tibetan refugees settled in India, there were priority given to the Tibetans. Those who came from a agricultural background, they were settled in agricultural land, and those who settled, those who are in not in agricultural background, rural background, or some other background, they were settled in that. Keeping in this mind, they got settled in India. Even the government of India never interfered about their settlements. It is with the help of Central Tibetan administration they got settled in various parts of India. Even some of the Tibetans also encouraged to settle in outside of the settlement. Okay, they were not pushed and they were not forced to settle inside of the Tibetan refugee settlement only. So the government of India actually, when it was as we know that we have a Central Tibetan administration which run by the Tibetan refugees in India, and it was an elected body of the Tibetan refugees in India, and from all over the world, the Tibetans give vote to the elected members, and during 1960 there are Tibetans refugees from Nepal, from other parts of the world. They give vote and they selected the elected members. They elected actually members, and after the election there were many representatives were came, and their main intention to look after the refugee matters in India. And there was a Kashak in Tibetan Central Tibetan administration. There is a very vital role played by Kashak, which is also a part of Tibetan administration. And as we know, in 2009 Dalai Lama said that uh, he himself is not in will not involve in political matters. Rather, he wants to be a religious head. So there are a new chairman has been elected among the Tibetan refugees all over India, all over the world actually. And it is very much important to see the Tibetan issues, that whenever there is a problem in Tibet, Tibetan refugees all over the world, including India, they protested it. and it's making irritation for China. And when in any unrest happened, it is advised that His Holiness Dalai Lama would not criticize China on the Indian soil. And China declared that the exile and the Dalai Lama created riots, but this claim was denounced by His Holiness of His New Delhi. Even the role of Tibetan Youth Congress is very much important in this aspect. And when China claimed that Dalai Lama is responsible for the uprising in 1987 in Tibet, Dalai Lama also said that he denied that he did not control, and he denied that he could control the agitation of his motherland. And Dalai Lama urged his supporter to continue their protest in peaceful manner. In very recently, it is said that on very recently, the chairman of CTA, Dr. Slopsang Sangye, on August 20, August 20, he gave an interview and he argued that asserted that his insistence on the border conflict, stating that throughout the thousands years of shared Indo-Tibet border, no conflict had arisen. Ever since the occupation of Tibet and India had to spend billions to secure its border, pointing out that the core issues here is Tibet. To ensure permanent peace between China and India, the world's two largest populated nations, Tibet has to be demilitarized and made a zone of peace as proposed by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. He stated even the McMahon line, which is India's preferred border with China, was signed by a then Tibetan Prime Minister, which China does not deny, needs to be recognized by India, Shikong said. And despite booming two-way trade, strategic discord, and rivalry between China and India's sharpening, at the core of their divide is Tibet as issue that fuels territorial disputes, border tensions, and water feuds. Beijing says that Tibet is a core issue for China. It is not only India says, it's Beijing's statement also. In truth, Tibet is the core issue in Beijing's relation with the countries like Nepal, Bhutan, and India that traditionally did not have a common border with China. These countries became China's neighbor after it annexed Tibet. China itself highlights Tibet as the core issue with India by laying claim to India's territory on the basis of purported Tibetan territorially links rather than any proposed Han-Chinese connection. Indeed, ever since China globbed up the historical buffer with India, Tibet has remained the core issue. China's hydro-engineering projects are another reminder that Tibet is at the heart of the Indian-China divide and why India must regain leverage over the Tibet issue. That a statement of Tibetan issue is imperative for regional stability of the improved Sino-Indian relations should become India's consistent diplomatic defense. The story of the collapse of Sino-Indian relations is multi-layered. As its center were primarily the disputed borders between India and Tibet, the Tibetan uprising and its suppression by China turned them into an acute problem in Sino-Indian relations. Although documentary evidence says that it is still incomplete, some intensive conclusions had emerged, and Tibet loomed large in the background of Sino-Indian relation. Even Nehru Panditji himself was aware of pitfalls, these issues has been created. New Delhi has been using the Tibetan card in his policy since 1970s. And Tibet loomed large in Sino-Indian relations and politics even after 50 years of Chinese occupation because of its intimate connection with a strategic interest in both parties. Scholars consider it as a buffer between India and China. And Tibet is to be strategically important to chain and equally is vital to Indian national security. Once Tibet, through is an annexation by the Chinese, ceased to exist as a buffer between the two countries, China and India, the Beijing to nibble into the area beyond the line of actual control, as it also in other areas like South China Sea. The dynamics of Sino-Indian relations make novel a large issue in the global dimension. Given the Chinese ambition of becoming a superpower to dominate a unipolar world, this does not seem unlikely. Thank you. I think I finished before the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your nice presentations, and you have completed your paper within your time limit. So once again, I like to express our sincere thanks to Madam. Uh, so, hello, Ratna, Madam. Please unmute your microphone.
হ্যালো ম্যাডাম, রেড ইয়েটাকে টাচ করুন স্পিকারটাতে। হ্যালো, স্ক্রিনে টাচ করুন, লেফটে রেড সেটাতে টাচ করুন।
ম্যাডাম, স্ক্রিনে টাচ করলে দেখেন তিনটা অপশন আছে, একেবারে বাঁ দিকের অপশনটা ক্লিক করেন। স্ক্রিনে টাচ করলে তিনটা অপশন আসবে, বাঁ দিকের অপশনটা ক্লিক করেন।
হ্যাঁ,
ঠিক আছে ম্যাম, হয়েছে।
Thank you. Thanks all the three participants. I am just asking one thing, that is there any question to the participants?
Yeah, madam. Only one question for one question. Only one question for Dr. Somiparna Rakshit, madam. The question asked by Akanksha Mukhia. The question is China's reluctancy to accept Sikkim as a part of India, and how it fired back China when 17 Karmapa fled from Tibet to Rumtek Monastery.
So let's
you can view the question in the chat.
Yes. So we can ask Somiparna, Dr. Somiparna Mukherjee, I think so.
Hello, Somiparna madam, unmute your speaker.
Yeah. No, I'm Rakshit. Somiparna Rakshit.
Yes.
Rakshit, yeah, ma'am.
Somiparna Rakshit, yes, sorry. Please, please answer your questions. The question was raised by that.
Actually, after 1949, when China became a free, legitimate, democratic country, and I pointed out also that right after that, 1949, China became very aggressive to extend its territory towards different neighboring country, and China was surely, obviously reluctant to accept Sikkim as part of India. But I also told in my presentation also that in many times with Sikkim also, China wanted to intrude into Sikkim's territory and make it China's territory. But as Karmapa went to Sikkim monastery, and so in the diplomatic relation, if then China will declare or accuse India that Karmapa has fled to India, then actually Sikkim, they are indirectly declaring that Sikkim is part of India. So they were in a very complicated, China fall into a very complicated situation. They could not accuse India also, and they could not actually accept also the fact that Sikkim is part of India, because before only India declared that Sikkim is a part of India. So it was a very problematic situation for China. And so just after that, after 1 year, China accepted that Sikkim is a part of India. So it is actually a very complicated diplomatic relation between China and India, and China was in a very complicated situation. So China was perforced accepted Sikkim as part of India. For China, there was no other reaction to make.
Thank
Hello.
you.
Please, can there be any addition,
I,
please? Can there be any addition?
hello.
Can there be any addition?
Hello.
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 I like to add something else to the speech given by Dr. Sumi Porna.
Sure, sir.
Yes.
Yes, you can. Yes.
One thing that's regarding Duklam, it's a nice presentation, but one thing is remaining. You can search it that China was induced to do it in 2017 by an illegal act committed by the Bhutanese Prime Minister Jigme Thinle in the year 2013 in a meeting at Rio de Janeiro. He went above, and it is fact that there are some Bhutanese administrators and politicians who in fact wanted to violate the treaty that Bhutan signed with India in 1949 and also the treaty of 2007. In 2013, when he met ONG Abao, he verbally assured ONG Abao that Bhutan was ready to give up the claim on the Doklam if 3 areas in the northern part of Bhutan is handed over to Bhutan and declared as a Bhutanese territories. So you can look into the matter and see in order to enrich your paper. And another addition, if you like to tolerate to listen to me, that's whatever we say, all the time we say from Indian point of view, but we have to look into the Chinese point of view also. Say regarding Aksai Chin, the problem is inherited by India from the British rulers. There was one line, Johnson line, proposed in the year 1865. According to Johnson line, this Aksai Chin was part of India. But again, the British government proposed another line in 1893, and that was McCarthy-MacDonald line. According to that line, Aksai Chin was shown as part of China. So the dispute remained there, and the government of India inherited it. On the other, the McMahon line, they never accepted it, because when there was king, it was signed only by the Tibetan Foreign Minister Longchen Sokro, but the Chinese Foreign Minister even then he tested and left the meeting. So these things are important.
Actually,
Yes.
yeah, I just want to point out one thing, that whenever any division of territory happened, it happened on the map.
Yeah, of course, happened on the map, but the
diplomat
point
went
is
to the particular portion or particular place, and that is why some of the villages between Tibet and Arunachal Pradesh, those villages and the citizens are actually no states were made, also not decided.
This line could demarcate exactly between
Exactly.
India or China or India. It was a race to race. There's a one cliff to another cliff. It was like exploitation was never possible. And the point is that the Chinese Foreign Minister, so the government of China at that time was under the Manchu dynasty. They did not accept it. The Manchukuo government did not accept this Johnson line. On the other, this McMahon line was not accepted by the Kuomintang government. The Kuomintang government did not accept it, and the communist China also did not accept it. So we have to see their point of view also, as Indians, we have to protest against the Chinese points from our angle, but we have to know their point of view also. That was my reason.
Okay, Dr. Devnath, I think we can have this discussion after the end of the session. And Shomiparna, Dr. Shomiparna, you can just supplement him. Hello.
Sorry.
Hmm? Hello.
Hello.
You can just supplement his answers. You have it completed? No.
Yes,
Yeah,
madam. Yes, yes.
yeah, I completed. Yeah. But one
Yes,
thing
yes.
I want to add to it, that obviously we have to see some of the other views also. But regarding India or Indian diplomatic relationship or encroach upon Indian territory, I think being Indian, we should always give priority to India.
Emphasis or priority
There
to
is
the
no
Indian
denying
view.
the point. There is no denying the point. As
That
Indians,
is
we have
what.
to fight, but we have to know their viewpoint also. That is the point. On the other, China never understands argument. China takes everything in terms of
But
power.
all,
They have become more powerful. They nowadays are not ready to accept Indian arguments. That's another point that I am not going to elaborate at.
Okay, Dr. Devnath, thank you for your kind suggestions. Thank you, Dr. Shomiparna also.
thank you.
So we can, hello?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
We can come to the last part of our discussion. And before going to discuss on some of the papers, I want to go to your paper or all the papers?
All the papers, madam.
Dr. Shomiparna? All papers, yes, yes. Before going to some of the papers, I first express my that I apologize for not coming podium in right time, and I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for inviting me in this two-day national seminar or webinar for organized by the Department of History, Shohid Khudiram College, Malda. As you have discussed, the theme of the seminar or webinar, India-China relations, historical analysis and contending contemporary dynamics is very much relevant in the particularly in view of the recent crisis in Sino-Indian relations, its impact on contemporary international politics as well as on South Asian political order. So now, the three presenters are today here in this technical session, and the first one was Dr. Shoren Devnath. His paper was on historical perspective of Sino-Indian relationship. The second presenter was Dr. Shomiparna Rakshit. Her paper was on Sino-Indian relations in Doklam. And the third paper presented by Dr. Swapna Mitro. The title of the paper is Tibet in the context of Sino-Indian relationship. I at first want to congratulate all the three presenters for their excellent presentations and also a very research for their presentation of very researched paper. The three papers are unique in their respective titles and contents. And with regards to Dr. Shoaib, I just want some of our my ideas that one thing I think that he couldn't complete his all the arguments or points which he wanted to deliver here. That is, he only completed the 12th century AD Sino-Indian relations, particularly what we find that with importance, gave importance on commercial and trade relations, cultural relations, and educational relations between China and India. And it is an excellent presentation, elaborate presentation. There is no, what we can say that point to be left with regards to these three important relationship between China and India. So from this standpoint, we find that his paper is one of the very excellent one. And this is how we find that in a very elaborate way. I should not go to the details of his discussions because it will be some sort of repetitions also. So this is an excellent elaboration of the China or Sino-Indian relationship, particularly during the 12th century AD. And so I again congratulate and extend my thanks to Dr. Shoilen Devnath. The second presenter and with also some what we can say that points and the screen that bilateral relations between people of China and India, particularly after the Dokulam in 1980. And there you can see that what we have a detailed discussion over the issue with the questions of that gentleman and also the discussions of Dr. Shoilen Devnath. And she has elaborately gave her explanation and also her arguments with regards to her problems. And this is a very addition with regards to this Sino-Indian relationship, particularly after Dokulam. And this is what we find that a number of points that were raised after this Dokulam issue with regards to the line of control, with regards to this, there are various other problems of crucial importance with regards to their respective relationship, which Dr. Rokhi has nicely expressed. I again express my heartiest thanks to Dr. Rokhi for her nice presentation. The third one was a paper presented by Dr. Swapna Mitro, and the paper is with regards to the relations of Indo-Tibet relations and in the context of China's relationship. And Dr. Swapna Mitro's paper also a very nice paper and detailed ideas with regards to the Tibetan refugees, with regards to the Indian relationship with China, Bhutan, and also the attitude of the Tibetans, the position of Dalai Lama, the opinion of Dalai Lama, the presence of Dalai Lama in Tibetan India-Tibet relationship. And this is also one thing we should always remember, that these issues which we find that this is the all are interrelated or interconnected. That is relations between India and China, relations between India and Tibet, relations between India and Nepal. All these are, and also we can also include Bhutan also, that these are interconnected and interrelated. And what we can see or we want to know, that if we want to make a peaceful frontier regions, then definitely they are successful, what we can say, way of maintaining way of life of a nation or a country like that. And with this, I think that again I want to express my heartiest thanks to all the participants, the three participants, for their excellent presentation, for their well-researched paper and its elaborations. Thank you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ratna Roy Sannal, for being here with us and nicely presented our first technical session of today's technical session. And thank you also the participants, invited speakers, for their valuable research lecture in this particular issue. Now we are going to start the next session, technical session 7. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Prabhas Chaudhary, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Malda College, Malda. Here we have two speakers, one invited speaker, Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Bardhaman, and his title of the paper is Silk Route to Look East: Changing Economic Dynamics Between India and China. And the next one is a selected paper, Navamita Ghosh, independent scholar, political science, University of Gurbango. Her title of the paper is Bilateral Trade Deficit and Economic Relationship Between India and China, New Trends Setters Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. I would like to request here Professor Mr. Prabhas Chaudhary, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Malda College, Malda. Please welcome Mr. Prabhas Chaudhary.
Thank you. Thank you, Utpal. And Chandan also. Perhaps I am visible and audible.
Yes, yes.
You are visible and
if
audible.
not, please not me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for inviting me to chair this session. And it is, as always, it is very pleasurable experience to be a part of the activity of sharing knowledge and experience. Particularly, it is very nice to see that I am sharing this with my student. I was also student of Malda College. Both are alumni. And I like to take this moment to announce that we, the alumni of Malda College Economics Department and also the Department of Economics, Malda College, we are organizing a discussion meet, not very structured like this session, but this conference. Discussion meet on 24th August. 24th August at 5 p.m. We will meet, and the topic of that meet will be Corona shock and overcoming. In fact, it will be in Bengali. Corona Obhighat o Uttoraner Path. I hope, I request you to participate in that meet also. We have two speakers in this session. First, I like to invite Anjan, Dr. Anjan Chakraborty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
UGC Human Resource Development Center of Bardhaman University. He will focus on the topic, very hot topic in nowadays, particularly due to the project of One Belt, One Made in Belt and One Road project. And in fact, that encompasses the entire world now. And it signifies clearly the pivotal shift of global capital from west to east. Thank you, Anjan, please.
Yes. Before going to Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, just I am introducing him. Dr. Anjan Chakraborty is presently working as Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, the University of Bardhaman. His area of research interest are agrarian Bengal, development economics, and Northeast India. He's authored 3 books on developmental issues. He completed 6 national and international projects. He contributed more than 50 research articles in various national and international journals. He delivered lectures in various premier institutes of national and international eminence. He regularly contributes economic commentaries in reputed magazines of France and Spain. He also serves as a visiting professor in various Indian universities. His hobby is painting, and now I would like to again request here Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Bardhaman. Welcome, Dr. Chakraborty.
At the first instance, I express my gratitude to Shohid Khudiram College as well as Malda College for giving me an opportunity to share my views in front of a person who actually shaped me at my from who I learned the basics of economics, my teacher, Prabhas Chaudhary. So respected sir, and in addition to that, it is a kind of emotional bonding again, because I am the alumni of Malda College too, and closely linked with the colleges of North Bengal, being there for a pretty long period of time. So with this, I'll start my presentation. Now, given the kind of the environment that is prevailing, so for the Indo-China relationship is concerned, and some kind of jingoism is all around, and people are into it. So therefore, the issue, it was relevant, it is relevant, and it will be relevant. So now, having said so, just I'll present first the slides, and then I'll carry on my lecture. Just a minute.
Bubble days.
One second. I think it is visible, I suppose.
Yes,
sir,
yes.
visible.
Oh, now see that considering India, not from the present perspective, but if you look from the ancient perspective, where Professor Devnath, he dealt with the issues of the history with the minute details, and it's a learning process for all of us. So I am not expert of history, and neither I'm going to delve in the issues in much detail, but I would like to touch upon the trajectories. So we had a very glorious past. Now, in this glorious past, we understand that two major trade routes were there in the ancient period. That is one famously known as Silk Route, or the terrestrial route, and the Indian Ocean trade route, which predominated the economy and culture and polity of the ancient past of the subcontinent. The Silk Road was an extensive network of trade routes connecting East Asia and Southeast Asia with East Africa, West Asia, and Southern Europe. Now, trade through the Silk Road played a significant role in the development of civilization of China, Korea, Japan, Indian subcontinent, Iran, Persia, Europe, the Horn of Africa, and Arabia. In addition to the terrestrial Silk Route, the maritime Silk Route established connectivity between China to Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Indian subcontinent, the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt of Europe. Trade and commerce encompassed the South China Sea, the Strait of Malacca, Indian Ocean, Gulf of Bengal, Arabian Sea, Persian Gulf, Red Sea. Maritime Silk Route got blended with Southeast Asian maritime trade and the spice trade, Indian Ocean trade, and since in 8th century, it got also connected with the Arabian naval network. Now, Indian Ocean trade route was the most crucial interface between East and West. Exchanges of goods, faith, culture, art were the regular features. Mauryan Empire in India, the Han Dynasty in China, and Empire of Persia and Roman Empire were extensively in trade relations through Indian Ocean. Spice from India, silk and porcelain from China, ivory, gold, sandalwood were the major trading items. Now, along with trade, Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and these were the faiths and culture, along with other arts and academia of that during that period of time, reached crisscross between India to a different part of East and Southeast Asia. Now, this golden era of Asian subcontinent started waning out from 15th century, and precisely with the arrival of Vasco da Gama from Portugal to the southern point of Africa. And in 1602, the appearance of and manifestation of Dutch power in Indian Ocean, and finally in 1680, intrusion of East India Company, the entire Indian body politic changed, and the historical discourse subsequently reached to a kind of situations wherein, other than China, rest of the Asian and African countries become the colonies. Now that was the past. So that was a glorious past. And this glorious past says that there was a kind of a road network, which is Silk Route, and there was a kind of a navigation route, and that was the hub of economy, culture, faith, tradition, and so on and so forth. Now, moving there, we realized that thereafter the ascendancy of Europe took place and we got relegated, and relegated to the extent that we started building up in the post 1947. And during the colonial period, what happened that I am not going to detail into that. Subjugations of Burma and kind of a debate and all those things happened. And subsequently in 1962, there was a war between India and China. And thereafter, kind of the Cold War era was there, and during this Cold era, there was a bipolar world, that is US and USSR, and we was mostly tilted towards USSR. But after the disintegration of the USSR, what happened that a world gradually become unipolar, or we may say it become multipolar. India also resorted to economic reforms. And this economic reforms, one of the important component that is realized, we have added, that is precisely called that Lucas policy. Now, I want to put it out here that why this Lucas policy was important, or it became important for India. The reason being is that the two important one is that the ascendancy of China, not only as an economic power, but as a military power too. Number one. Number two, the kind of influences they gradually unfolded towards the Indian neighbors. So this is point number two. And third is that the geopolitics that India was confronting, to withstand this geopolitics, as well as from the economic perspective, that earlier, even during the colonial period and even the post-colonial period, the type of trade we are having with US and European countries, that slowly started declining. So we got into a kind of economic reforms where the export-led growth become important, and we made a complete departure from our earlier positions of import substitutions. Now see that there is a kind of a similarity or dissimilarity that's need to be interrogated, because that time we talked about, during Nehru's era, we talked about import substitutions, and now we are talking about the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Whether they're same or this is a completely different ballgame that needs to be interrogated. I'm not going to interrogate it at this point of time. But possibly these are not two similar baskets that we prefer to look at. That I precisely want to make a comment on that. Now this Lucas policy, along with this Lucas policy, some other things did happen, that we realized that, okay, SAARC was a failure. It didn't kickstart. So this is SAARC didn't kickstart, and most of the SAARC countries it's become a kind of it's a platform for to one-upmanship of one country over other. So as a consequence, neither it has emerged as a potential regional trade bloc, nor it has emerged as a platform where cohesive international relation can be maintained with our neighbors. So India realized that they need to reach to the East and Southeast Asian countries. So therefore, not only they come out with the Lucas policies, so they become part of ASEAN, and where Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Brunei, Dar es Salaam, Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, all those are the members. Then we also joined in the project of BIMSTEC project, that Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Cooperation, comprising Bangladesh, India, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Thailand. Then Ganga Mekong Suvarnabhumi program, South Asian Free Trade Region, that is SAFTA in 2004, and South Asian Sub-Region and Economic Cooperation, SASEC in 2001. So precisely what he realized here that, okay, so on the one hand, there is kind of no longer the USSR is there. On the other hand, there is a growing influence of China. And the third, that India, if has to reposition in the, its economic requirement and geopolitical requirement, so they have to find the new friends. And for these new friends, certainly they are looking separately other than China with the other Southeast and East Asian countries. And so that there should be a reflection on the trade, and trade is kind of it's a two-way relationship, import and export. So as usual, the country's trade scenario emerges that we are always import more than we export. Nevertheless, our industrial policy and the type of capitalist policy, rather we directly adopted the free trade, we can say. But free trade, the way it has been espoused at the initial period, gradually, even in the capitalist world, it had realized that throughout the world the trade will take place without any kind of hindrances. Is that not going to take place? So if it is the European Union is there, on the other hand, this side also that the different regional trade blocks have emerged. And another important thing that happened, that was a competitive infrastructural intervention between India and China. Now, why it is happening? Now, say if you take the Asian Highway H1, H2, which was endorsed by UN, India also built road and railways in Myanmar, Thailand, Mongolia, which will connect the backward region of China. Then Asian highways, one belt and one road, OBOA, which was a kind of a bone of contention between India and China, along with the control over the South China Sea and the Red Sea that is going on constantly. Now this OBOR, which shall link the China with the Asian countries as well as the European countries. A highway is proposed linking Kolkata in India and Kunming in Yunnan province of China has also been proposed. So it's supposed to link Dhaka and Chittagong, Bangladesh, India, northeastern states and Myanmar. Now, if you look all these interventions, and certainly if you look the influence of China, the investment of China that he had made in Bangladesh, is made in Nepal, it's made in Sri Lanka, even in Myanmar, Vietnam always a close ally of China. So India doesn't have a much breathing space per se if they have to compete with the China, even to create the infrastructure. But if you very closely, if we follow, then what emerging out, panned out, that we are actually replicating that old Silk route as well as the Indian Ocean trade route in a kind of a different setup. Now, earlier the relationship was not that competitive per se. It's much more mutual. But here the relationship and inter-country and intercontinental relationships are constantly changing. So therefore, these initiatives are actually a kind of a rephrasing that old routes that we are having, and we are trying to get that route revived. But that time the geopolitics was not that very important. Now, along with trade, the geopolitics is becoming very important. And the Indo-China relationship, it's becoming kind of a topsy-turvy situation because the growing proximity of India with US, with Israel, these are the two countries where India tried to sort out some kind of military backup or shadow military backup to withstand the threat of China. Now the question that arises that, okay, fair enough, we understand the geopolitics. And since I am not an expert of geopolitics, so I cannot make much comment into that in a length. But what I understand that what is going to happen, the trade, or does it change substantially even with all this rhetoric that's being played out? Now, if you closely follow even the COVID scenario, you find that on the one hand, in the COVID scenario, that India is fighting between life and livelihoods, and we fail to sort out the problems of neither the life nor the livelihoods. it's a very kind of a knee-jerk reaction. Rather, I'll put forward to address these issues, even if the whole country and the states putting their best effort. Now, in this scenario, why all this kind of things have been, rhetoric has been played out? Number one. Number two, another important question is that if you follow during this period of time the type of economic kind of resolutions that has been taken by the government of India, we have realized, if we closely follow, that the pace of economic reforms hasn't gone down at no point of time. Rather, we are more vigorously pursuing the economic reforms, possibly in spite of the fact that during the COVID scenario, the economic reforms still got exposed. Because the problem we are confronting, the problem of informal labor, the problem of informal sector, the massive unemployment, massive job cut, the uncertainty of in the agrarian sector, the uncertainty of the migrant laborers. Okay, it hasn't been addressed, and these are the offshoot of the economic reforms. But knowing fully well, we are getting into that, and we are fully pursuing. That means there are two sides of a coin which giving different pictures. On the one hand, there was a kind of a vigorous persuasion of neoliberal policy. On the other hand, we have some rhetorics which can create some kind of sense of nationalism among the people. So it's the audience to judge that whether which side to be looked into more closely. I am not going into taking into a very categorical position onto that. Now coming to the economic issues. Now let's see that the import that we are having from China and other countries. Now see that from China we are importing, it's absolutely current data, it is 2019-20 data. So that means it's almost in a pre-COVID scenario or maybe during COVID scenario, 14.09%. US it is 7.858%. UAE 6.39%. Saudi Arabia 5.6, Iraq 4.95, and other 54.18. And if you, I will come to a slide, then it will show that this other together, that the trade with the Asian countries, certainly it has increased many times over time. If you look at the export scenario, so we are exporting 5.30% of export is we are making to China. So therefore, we are heavily depending on import from China. So this is point number one. So 15% around is quite a sizable number. And certainly, if you reduce some amount of imports, say for example, which we are showcasing nowadays, that is going to worsen the trade balance. It's not going to improve the trade balance per se. Or in that way, the other way it happened that China is less importing from India. In both ways, India is in a less advantageous position. So far, the economic relationship between India and China is concerned. Now, some facts I like to put forward, that if these two economies are very intertwined. Why it is intertwined? That China and Asia are the largest economy of the world taken together. Now, what is the GDP size of the China? It is 13.6 trillion US dollar. And what is India's, which is holding the number 3 position? It's 2.7 trillion. See the gap. See the size of the economy is certainly unmatched. So therefore, if we have to match the economy with the China, certainly there's a huge gap. There is a rhetoric of having a 5 trillion economy. I don't know the type of negative growth we are having and type of economic scenario we are getting to. Possibly that will remain a distant reality, at least for coming 4 or 5 years. Now, what China is providing, supply industrial components and raw materials to invest in India's startup and technology firm. and China is the India's biggest trading partner after the US. As I already mentioned that India's export to China is only 5% and India's import from China is 14%. Now, what we are actually importing? We are importing smartphone, electrical appliances, power plant inputs, fertilizers, auto components, finished steel products, pharmaceutical ingredients, chemicals, plastics, engineering goods, and among other than various type of services. And if you look, take a comparison from 2000 to till date, there was a 45 times increase in imports. So almost it's 70 billion rise we have observed in import in a span of 20 years from 2000 to 2020. Now, if you take the, say for example, the smartphone, what are the companies that are dominating the Indian markets? The Xiaomi, Vivo, Oppo, they are having a share of 72%. If you look the app, which was really, we really become a kind of a very strong exposition we made that, okay, we banned this many numbers of app. The growth of app, Chinese app between 2016 to 2018 was 165%. If you look the drugs, that means pharmaceuticals. Now, pharma industry, India is the third largest producers of pharmaceutical products in the world. Now, if India becomes the third largest producer of pharmaceutical products, then from where we are getting the ingredients, more than 65% of the ingredients, active ingredients, we are getting it from China. If you talk about the tourism, in 1981, there are only 1,371 visitors in China from India. In 2018, the figure reached to 2.8 lakh. And among them, 48% have reached for business purposes. If you look the foreign direct investment from China, so China is investing in metallurgical industries, renewable energy, especially the solar panel. Even the last time the solar panel that was being unleashed by government of India, possibly the Adanis, they made it, and all the inputs actually came from China, but it became made in India. Just for reference, I told electrical equipments, then chemicals. So the kind of that 4.14 billion USD FDI China actually made to India. Now, roughly 800 Chinese companies they are working in India. Now, out of that, 75 manufacturing facilities for smartphone, consumer appliances, construction equipment, power gear, automobiles, optical fibers, and chemicals. And in addition to that, it's China again reached India in disguise, because many of the Chinese companies, they worked not directly from China, but they routed to Singapore, Hong Kong, and Mauritius. A few name I will throw out that it seems apparently that it's either belong to Hong Kong or China, Korea or Singapore, and so on and so forth, like Alibaba Group, their investment in Paytm. So generally, it's the holding is being portrayed as a Singapore company, but the major investor, obviously the China. Then I just keep on naming, and these names are kindly, possibly every time you'll open up your kind of a television set, or if you look around your day-to-day life, Big Basket, Byju's, then Delivery, Dremel, Flipkart, Hike, Make My Trip, Oyo, generally being portrayed as from Hong Kong, but it's not actually so. It's rooted to China. Paytm Mall, Policy Bazaar, Snapdeal, Swiggy, and Zomato, which has become the taste bud of India nowadays, Uran, to name a few. Now, if you look at the South Asian So this is the kind of picture that will get export-import scenario that has emerged before India. This relatively old data. If you look at the export between 2011, 10-11 to 13-14, you'll see that from Asia it's 50%. So it justifies at least that India's policy towards a kind of having a regional trade bloc with different East and Southeast Asian countries, number one. And if you compare it, say for even 2004-5, where the economic reforms was moving in a much faster pace, so there was an increase, not in decline. And rather, the decline is taking place from Europe, and there is a marginal increase from America. If you look at the import component also, you see in 2004-5 from Asia, the imported Asian countries was 48%, closer to 49%. Even in 2013-14, it is to 60%. Now, in this big backdrop, so what we actually try to do, that we try to say this is the China, here it is India, and we are try to reach this up to Korea, Japan, South Korea, up there's a Mongolia, Taiwan, and if you go below, this Malaysia, Cambodia. So we actually, this we are doing, and these routes are actually that old trade routes that we are having. But only problem is that the relationship, geopolitical relationship that we are having, not only with China, but with our neighboring countries, and a heavy reliance that we posed, that US-centric policies actually bringing China and India in the loggerhead. So now India has to strike a balance. India cannot ignore China, nor China can ignore in a drastically, so for the trade relationship is concerned. But this kind of active survival has been done. If you look, the areas of confrontation, be it our kind of Doklam, and if you look at the present, this one that was happened in the couple of days back, all these, even the South China Sea, there's a huge depositions of mineral resources and kind of a copper, gold, all those things were there. Now, that actually playing in the background, into the backdrop, that I want to have a position for future of this particular region. Had this region been in position, I will be having a future ownership of these resources. And these are the point of conflict that was not being unfolded before us. So that remain, and India tried their best to have a pie over, have a kind of a
hello.
Yes, sir. So I come to an end. So given this thing, this kind of scenario, so far the trade relationship is concerned, certainly India-China trade relationship has to be a kind of has to have a stability, and possibly that stability is always being maintained. And so far, the jingoism that's being played out, possibly for the gallery. And third, certainly that is the responsibility of the country to make geographical integrity of a country, geographical boundary intact. So the country is certainly up to, but that shouldn't be played in a manner that, okay, that we are in a war path. Possibly we are not in a war path. We have a geopolitics and economics that is actually the driving force, and the kind of a type of scenario that emerged, especially in the COVID situations, and the attributes that the economic reforms offered to the country. Possibly there are a lot of gray areas are there that need a kind of a facelift, and possibly these are the issues also being played out. So with this anticipation and apprehension, I conclude my lecture, and I hope that India better relationship will not only prevail with our neighboring countries, but with China too, because that's the reality. If it is in ancient India, it's also a reality for today and tomorrow. India may find alternative like China, Australia, US, Japan, even to Singapore and Korea, South Korea, as an alternative support system. But possibly they cannot ignore China. Otherwise, our economy will stumble much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anjan. Thank you. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Well, can I now call upon Navamita Ghosh?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir, yes.
Hello, sir.
yes,
Yes, now
Navamita
I
Ghosh.
request Srimati Navamita Ghosh to deliver a presentation, and it will be very nice because where Anjan has ended his topic, from that point, Navamita may start. Please, Navamita.
Thank you, sir. I am Navamita Ghosh, independent scholar, Department of Political Science, University of Gaurbanga. Today held our national webinar. There my title is Bilateral Trade Deficit and the Economic Relationship between India and China. New trendsetters towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. India officially the Republic in India, India officially Republic in India in a country of the South Asia. China officially the People's of Republic China is the country of the East Asia. China and India today represent Asia's two largest and most dynamic societies, which are emerging as a new trend setters in international relations, especially with their annual GDP growth rate standing respectively in 9.1% and 8.5% for 2003 and 9.5% and 6.9% for 2004. China and India have since come to the recognized as the fastest growing economies. China is the Asia's largest economy and the world's second became biggest with the GDP of about 13.6 trillion, whereas the India is the third in Asia, 2.7 trillion. China is India's biggest trading partner in the world so far, and the India also has the largest trade deficit with the China, which means that India imports more than to export to China. Bilateral trade has come to be the strongest pillar to the China and India rapprochement. This has not only since overtaken the piece of the political confidence building, but also has a substantial impact on their mutual perception. Their border trade and especially brought about the noticeable transformation in their remote and the problematic border regions. From global perspective, China and India today represent two unique new players presenting an extraordinary combinations of a very large GDP and still with the significant poverty and pockets of the unrest and very low per capita income and the living standards. This unique combinations raises several questions about their becoming major drives in the international economic trends. The context of China and India bilateral trade has been changing rapidly. At the bilateral level, this is self-evident in the way their rapidly growing trade partnership has provided a great boost to their ongoing political confidence building. Our primary export are organic, chemicals and raw materials like iron, slag, cotton, natural pearls, etc. We import goods like machinery, pipes, equipment, telecom, organic chemicals and base export. In the India-China economic relation, where trade is lapsed in China's favor, both sides have different levels that they could turn to. But the options are titled in China's favor because China is a far less dependent India's market than India is the Chinese import. COVID-19 has made the risk the world dependence on the China impossible to ignore. On the 12th May 2020, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi told the nations that a new era of the economic self-reliance has begun. Atmanirbhar Bharat. the bring supply chains back home to ensure residents. India therefore has a all new heritage in the era of COVID, vocal to local, self-sufficient, self-reliantly India, make in India, believe in made in India, and put our buying power into the products. Our service that made locally. The news of the India banned TikTok and 59 other Chinese apps recently clashed within Chinese troops in the Galwan Valley in Ladakh on 15 June 2020, in which 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives. Atmanirbhar Bharat has been called by some as a repackaged version of the Make in India movement using new tagline such as a vocal for local. The growth of the India's personal protective equipment PPE sector from zero before March to 1,50,000 pieces a day by the beginning of May is considered as a fine example of the self-reliant India. The PPE industry in India has become 7,000 crore in the 2 months, the second largest after China. The largest fund in the country with the 21 crore was set up by the IIT Alumni Council with the aim of the supporting to the mission towards self-reliance. India's own Made in India 5G network was also announced in the July 2020 by Reliance Jio. Mukesh Ambani announced in the mid-July. Jio has created a complete 5G solution from the scratch that will enable launch a world classes 5G service India using 100% homegrown technologies and solution. In August 2020, the Director Rajnath Singh announced that for a big push to Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative by the imposing and emerge a 101 item stated manner over period of 5 years. But not least, the corona crisis has also explained to us the importance of local manufacturing, local market, local supply chain in times of the crisis. This local has fulfilled our demand, and this local has saved us. Local is not just the needed, it is our responsibility also. Therefore, from today, every India has to become vocal for their local, not only to buy local products, but also promote them proudly. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, thank you, Navamita, for your very good
Thank you,
presentation.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I like to know, is there any question?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Professor, one question for Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty. Is hostile relationship between India and China detrimental to Indian economy? Question from Otunu Das.
And
Is hostile
likely
relationship between
it is
India
to Anjan.
and China?
Yeah. Now the hostile relationship, okay, we are never be a kind of a relationship which is hunky-dory with China. So therefore, time and again there was a flare-up, and that flare-up would be there. But possibly the backdoor diplomacy always ensure that trade relations remain intact. And so far, this local chanting is being chanted all the time. Now we need to realize that that we are talking about the revival of the MSMEs and the kind of a type of informal employment we are having. The 70% of the employment is actually more than 70% is a kind of in the informal sector. I would like to, even if a salaried person doesn't have a kind of a job security, doesn't have any kind of social security, and anytime he can be hired and fired, and this kind of labor laws are in place. We have SEZs, a special economic zone and all. Now, if you have to really kind of become self-reliant, okay, I just give one simple example that if I can produce tomorrow, I decided, okay, I'll produce commodity X, and I realized that to produce that commodity, the price of that same commodity would be, instead of 10, it would be 40, say for example. Now, if you put it in the larger perspective of the industrial development in the country, industry as such is in a very sluggish positions from late 2019. And the type of supply side intervention that has been taken by the government, which is a very, very wrong direction the government of India has moved. The problem is actually demand side. People have less purchasing power, and government is actually looking all kind of slash in import duties, and then support to export, and then pumping money for credit to different segments. Now, see, we are pumping money. These are all supply side intervention. On the other hand, the 70% of the people, their purchasing power has drastically cut down. In addition to that, the consumption expenditure, rural consumption expenditure, as well as the urban consumption expenditure has drastically fallen, and it has reached to a kind of almost lowest level in last many years, last 40 years. And it is now not a kind of a hide and seek thing. It is just a real fact. Now, given this kind of scenario, at the end of the day, the country's goal is to kind of give livelihood to the people. And if you have to give livelihood to the people, taking the entire agrarian sector into mind, that which was in doldrum, precisely this 100-day job is acting as a cushion for the survival of the rural people. So therefore, if really we have to move forward with the MSME, certainly India has to have a kind of a good relationship with China. There's no doubt about that. Because the cost of production they are having, scale benefit is China is having. The scale benefit is actually helping them to produce at a lower cost. Now, so for the quality is concerned, and all these gray markets, whatever cheap commodities we are finding, okay, these are not the items that matter most to us. We generally look at the China, okay, say we purchase a small sound system, we purchase this, but, and if you look at the bigger picture, certainly the import we have to rely on China. There is a lesser alternative for us. So we need to have a kind of a balanced relationship with China.
Sir, hello, Dr. Chakraborty. You have another question from Otonudaj. Do you think the boycott of Chinese product is possible for us?
Yeah,
I think you have already. Do you think the boycott of Chinese product is possible for us?
No, problem is that, okay, made in China you can boycott.
Do you?
The ingredients which are coming from China to Indian companies, or maybe the other companies which are producing India, we didn't see that all these inputs are coming from China, raw materials are coming from China, raw ingredients are coming from China. When you are buying say, Cipla medicine, have you ever thought that the ingredient actually came from China? No, we don't. Even you look at the paracetamol, which we just every day we are consuming like water nowadays. Without the ingredient from China, paracetamol couldn't be made in India. So I'm giving small references. So therefore, when we talk about the boycott the Chinese commodities, which are the very cheap products which swarm the market, we are only looking at those things. So those things are not matter much to us. So small gadgets and everything. So this is not the kind of a Chinese product. Yeah, we are basically, when talk about the boycott, we are boycotting that. Yeah, certain issues, certain applications which are having security threat, certainly the government of India may take precaution to that. That, okay, this may have a kind of data leakages. But data leakages is not only happening to China also. Data leakages, if you look at the last US elections, that kind of data leakages that took place, we don't know, still it's being debated. So therefore, how much our data is being compromised and being sold out, that remains $1 million questions. We cannot get into a very deep into that, but we realize that our data is being compromised all the time.
I think no question from another participant. So
I just want to share a personal experience. It's a very emotional moment. That one fine morning, I was clueless that what to study, where to study, even I'd be able to study or not. And my eldest brother, he is very close relationship with Professor. He reached to Professor. At that time in Malda College, the admission process was almost over. Sir managed to make me to get admission at Malda College in Economics department, and that time 9 students. And I started my academic career got rekindled with the help of Professor. And the first person to who I reach, sir, how I have no idea about economics, but you just read and read, gradually things will be unfolded. It's a rare privilege for me today. I am speaking in front of you. It's a very emotional issue for me, precisely. Otherwise, I would not have been in discipline had Professor Chaudhary is not there that day.
Thank you, Anjan. It is also, you create a very emotional moment for me also.
Yes, sir.
So, should I conclude now, Utpal?
Yeah, yes, sir. No question from any participant.
Yes. Now we can conclude the session, and I should thank Anjan and Navamita for their very good presentation. And Anjan not only present his paper, he also points to some very important issues regarding our day-to-day life. Where should we emphasize? We not merely there is positive analysis of something what is happening, but he is pointing out normative side also. What should be our point of emphasizing? And in fact, in my mind, it is global capital, and we are subordinate to global capital at present moment. And the point is that global capital, the pivot of global capital is being shifted from west to east. That is reality. Within 5 years, capital originating from China, that is encompassing almost entire part of the world through one project. And in fact, China dominates global economy with its cheap commodity. And this cheap commodity is most important because as Anjan pointed, that how we link with each other through the production, either for selling or for purchasing inputs. Not only DRI, regarding high-speed rail. Recently, I have read a news that in high-speed railway construction areas, China is now a dominating. China has become giant in this area, surpassing Japan also. And the cost of construction is half of the European cost and 1/3 of the American cost. Whole Latin America during the last half of this century and first half of the century, 21st century, they are fighting against IMF, World Bank programs. They successfully registered that program, but in the back door, China is entering Latin America. They are practically hunting ground of Chinese capital for. They are investing in mining. They are investing in construction. So this is a global phenomenon now. We cannot make anything made in India or so-called this type of product because no one company is now can isolately survive. All companies are interlinked, and these companies, the Geo company, Google, Amazon, all companies are investing in Geo. Tata company is becoming multinational now. So the scenario practically totally changed in this century now, and we are proud of our glorious past, but that past, in that period, commodity is subordinate to society, and we are in societal relations between the countries. At that time, there were no countries, practically there were societies. But with the progress of capitalism, these societal relations are being crashed every moment, and we are becoming individuals. Like once Margaret Thatcher said that I see only individuals. The state treats us as individuals. We are the collective of individuals. So as long as we are individuals, we are bound to follow the politics of fanatic politics of state, so-called mask of patriotism. We are following that. Hopefully, our intellectuals are not doing that. The task of intellectual is to unmask the character, unmask the situation and reality. Anjons are doing that. Hopefully, I thank you again for organizing such a relevant and important seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhas Chaudhary, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Malda College, for giving her valuable time to chair our technical session 7. And thank you also here the participants, Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty and Navamita Ghosh, for their wonderful presentation. Now we are going to start our next technical session. Here, this session will be chaired by Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Bardhaman. And here we have two paper, selected paper. First one is Dr. Mona Lisa Mohanto. Her paper title is India-China Economic Relation, Friends or Enemies. Last one is Kaushar Ali, Understanding Chinese Technology in Contemporary India in the Context of Smartphone and Social Media. So I would like to request here again Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Bardhaman, to chair the technical session 8. Please, sir.
Okay. I express my gratitude to as Utpal Rai for giving me this particular opportunity, not only to speak but to chair the session. And with this note, I'll request Mona Lisa Madam to present her paper.
Thank you, the organizer of Malda College and Shohid Khudiram College for giving me this opportunity. So basically, Professor Chakraborty has extraordinarily explained the India-China economic relations and the interactions that India-China, they both currently are having on the economic field, and he also mention the geopolitical scene also between these two neighbors. So thank you for that presentation, sir. So first of all, I'll start with the thing that after India and China emerged as two independent nations in the world scenario, both of them were maintaining a same GDP level. But after the reform that China took place in 1978, it accelerated the economic growth in China. So there were certain domestic compulsions, out of which China, under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping, adopted the economic reform in 1978. And the presently China it referred to its economy as a market socialism. It has, invented a new term to define and to explain its economic strife. And India also, adopted the new economic policy in 1991, and there were also certain domestic and international compulsion also, and especially India took this national economic policy against the backdrop of the demise of India's long-term ally Soviet Union and in a post-Cold War scenario. So so the bilateral trade between India and China, the figure is huge and enormous. In 2017, the trade was 84 billion US dollar, and in 2018 it is 95.7 US billion dollar. So the Indian Professor Chakraborty, he has explained the, as I told earlier, the economic interaction. So because of the time restraint, I won't divulge much into that. Rather, I would like to shift my focus on the second part of my paper, that is the comparison between India and China. So the one thing Dr. Chakraborty, he had also explained this part also, but I would like to add one point, add one of my insights here, that this is China is currently one of the highest trading partners of India. So, here I would like to ask a question, or rather, I would like to place a query that this is this you know the time we are time to time we are emphasizing on the economic relations of India-China, the huge momentum that both of these neighbors has arrived in terms of economic interactions. So I would like to put forward a query that is it an exclusive phenomena related only to India's bilateral trade with China and the other way around, or there are other countries also that also plays or that also plays a crucial role or crucial part in the economic endeavor of both of these countries. So there is, I would like to provide certain data that India's export to United States of America from the it is derived from the World Bank country profile. The latest one is that the export is 46.01 US billion dollar, and to China is India's export to China is 12.49 billion dollar, and Japan is 4.49 billion dollar. I took these three since these three are the three major economic point of the world currently. And India's imports to China, it is 71.92 billion dollar. United States is 24.08 billion, and Japan is 10.46 billion dollar. And China's trade with China's trade with India is 16.34 billion dollar. China's import to India. And USA is 154.44 US billion dollar, and Japan is 165.79 billion dollar. And China's exports to India is 68 billion US billion dollar, and USA is 430.3 billion dollar, and Japan is 137.2 billion dollars. So from these figures, that becomes clear that for India, China is obviously a major trading partner, but the same thing, it cannot be said about China also. India, when it comes to China's export figure, India is plays a very important role there. But in terms of economy, in terms of import thing, the other countries like USA, Japan, they are they play more crucial partner to China rather than India in the field of economy. And also that, as the earlier speakers, they have also mentioned that how balance of payment is, the crisis of balance of payment is a major point of concern in India-China economic relations. So, so there are channels. I would like to mention one thing, that in 2014, when Chinese President Xi Jinping he visited India, then India-China made an agreement, and under that agreement, President Jinping he announced that China would invest $20 billion in India for the coming 5 years. Oh, okay, so this was an major major step by China in terms of investment in India also. So there are certain challenges that that India faces from China in its economic interaction. So first is that China's currency misalignment. This is an a challenge, or this is an accusation that has been put forward by most of the Western countries against China, that China, it always has a fixed exchange rate of yuan. So therefore, when any country is going to do business with China, while in world market the prices of the respective countries' domestic currencies either is gaining high or gaining loss, but the China, since it maintains a fixed yuan rate, so therefore China, it incur lesser loss in terms of that. So this has been also a challenge for India. And there is another challenge that India is currently facing. This is the cheap Chinese good, that the dumping of cheap Chinese good, because China, it is not only exporting high-tech technologies to India, but also from divas of Diwali to various idols like the laughing Buddha and all those things. These things are also have flooded the Indian market. We hardly nowadays, if we go to the market, we hardly find anything that is made in India. Everything is made in China. So another thing is that that is a cheap labor, and this is a point that has been put forward by the Western nations against China time to time. That the cheap labor of China. So therefore, this problem is also India is facing also, because India's labor, it costs more than China. So so these are the challenges. So now I would like to shift to the India-China cooperation. So in which field we can see the India-China cooperate in present century. And I would like to tell that in the present world order, India and China, these two are gradually emerging as two important poles, or not poles, two important players, key players in the current economic world order. So, in 2001, China became the member of WTO, and since then, China not only changed its domestic policy to accommodate the international labor laws and international way of doing business, tariffs, etc. also, but China has become much more much more accessible to the outside world in terms of economy. And so India and China being the neighboring country, we all know that they have a very tumultuous past, and the border problem or the delineation of the border, it has time to time come as a hindrance in development smooth political relation between these two neighboring nations. But in economic field, the scenario is otherwise. So India and China, they both of them, they consider themselves as the voice of developing world. So they try to represent the interest of the developing world and protect the interest of the developing world. So in the economic forum also there is G20. It is made up with the developing nations of the developing world. So India and China play a very important role in the G20 summit, and they jointly they voice their opinion against the trade protectionism that has been practiced by the advanced nations, like the nations in Europe or nations in, or United States of America. State protectionism, as in that these countries, they provide higher amount of subsidies to its producers. Okay, so and besides their cooperation in G20, there is BRICS also, the Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa, India, South Africa also, where they are again they are working hand in hand to promote the interest of the developing world. And there is BIMSTEC. And under the BIMSTEC, China and India has also take up the measure of physical connectivity by K2K initiative, Kuomintang to Kolkata Road initiative. And there is another area also where India and China is cooperating, that is the United Nations Security Council reform, because there has been a demand that the United Nations Security Council, it should be, the membership should be expanded. It should be the members should be allowed beyond the P5 member, the permanent 5 member. So a point must be mentioned here that India this year, India has become the non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. So India has long been been an aspirant of United Nations Security Council member. To become, India wants to become a permanent member of United Nations Security Council. So hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think your time. You just look at your time. I request you to look at your time.
Okay.
Yes.
Another 5 minutes, I will wrap up. Is it possible?
Please carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So, so China being a P5 member, so here they can cooperate, and also in the field of climate change, they also have cooperation. So, but apart from this cooperation, there are certain areas of competition also. That the first one is the Indian Ocean region. Okay, so China being India is a two ocean state, but China does not have such opening to the Indian Ocean. So China, for its trade purpose and for its strategic purpose, China wants an opening to the Indian Ocean. So therefore, as Professor Rokshit already mentioned about the string of pearls strategy, and here in Indian Ocean, Myanmar is a very important part in China's two-ocean policy. Then Nepal, Pakistan, these are pro-China. So these are obviously there is a competition for extending India's influence to its neighboring areas, and then there is one belt one road policy. There is Africa. Africa is a very important extra-regional place where India and China both wants to extend their influence. There's security, energy resources, and the quest for soft power. Both India and China, apart from their hard power ability, they wants to influence their soft power ability also. And the another thing that I would like to mention here, that that the lookist policy, it is China has been an integral part of India's lookist policy. So when lookist policy, it turns into actist policy, and it it extend from Southeast Asia to Asia Pacific also. China still a very crucial player in lookist policy, because there are certain areas like the South China Sea problem, these things, and activist policy India also try to balance China's influence in these areas, the areas of Southeast Asia and also the Asia Pacific, because India is not a Pacific nation, Asia Pacific nation. So, in conclusion, I would say that that Atmanirbhar Bharat, it has already been discussed.
Hello.
So, hello. Oh, I'm sorry. So,
Hello.
so one thing that I would like to mention here, that the political tension that India and China has, it seems not to impact or not to have an adverse effect on India-China's economic policy. For an example, during the Doklam crisis, India and China's trade was $89 billion. And during this Galwan crisis also, in July 20, the both countries, amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, these two countries, they registered for 43.37 billion trade, US dollar billion trade. So in my opinion, the political tension, it would have, seems likely not to affect the economic cooperation between, or the economic relations between the two countries. And the post-COVID scenario, both of them have certain challenges, like the challenges of unemployment, the challenges of reoccurrence of, in case of China, the reoccurrence of the infection. So and the tension in Hong Kong. So these things are the challenges that in the post-COVID scenario, these two nations are facing. But still, the forecast is that these two nations, the economy of the two nations is likely to revive very soon. And Sir already mentioned that India's 2.3 trillion economy, and India, before COVID-19, India focused on, transforming into an economy of more than economy of 5 trillion economy. So it would take time because of this COVID-19 scenario. And there are also, but one thing I would like to mention here, that the development of any country, we should not measure it through GDP only. We should also take into account the Human Development Index also. How any aspiring nations, aspiring developing nation that wants to enjoy a world power status, or enjoy slice in the current world order. So how it is dealing with its human capital. So in that sense, China, not only in economic field, China is way ahead of India, but in that sense also China is much more, much more aware of its human capital. Because the way they tackle the COVID-19 situation is an example of this. And there are various parameters also that from that, like the life expectancy rate, the literacy rate, from where we can draw a comparison between India and China, and we can reach to the fact that in healthcare infrastructure, India is lagging, much more lagging behind China. So I would, definitely, I would like to point to this thing, that to become an, to become power, a key player in international politics, India must take into account its human capital also, not only the GDP growth, but the human development also. And thank you. I hurriedly concluded my paper. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mona Lisa. You please be here because I think there are another presenter. After that, I will take the questions if there are any, and then I will have the session. I request Utpal sir to put forward the introductions of the next speaker.
Yes, next speaker here, Kaushal Ali,
Yes, sir.
UCB NATE and former student, Malta College postgraduate section. His title is Understanding Chinese Technology in Contemporary India in the context of smartphone and social media. I have a humble request to the presenter. Your time is here only 10 minutes. You always try to finish this matter within 10. So this is a very important matter to us. Okay, over to Dr. Ranjan Chakraborty.
Okay, thank you, Utpal sir. I'll request Bubai Shah and but just to switch off his camera and a few more. It's actually detracting the presenters because he was listening carefully, but while lying on the bed, it's not a good exposition. Please kindly put off your camera, Bubai Shah, and if are there, I mean, you can just listen and at the end you can switch off your camera, switch off on your camera. Okay, now I request Kaushal Ali to make his presentation.
Yes, sir. শোনা যাচ্ছে, স্যার?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যায়. It's audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, organizing committee, for giving me these opportunities. Thanks to Professor Anjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, UGC Human Research Development Center, University of Burdwan. Today, I'm going to present my paper 1, Understanding Chinese Technology in Contemporary India in the context of smartphones and social media. So let's begin. Famous American author Daniel Goleman says, smartphones and social media expand our universe. We can connect with others or collect information easier and faster than ever. The rise of Chinese smartphones brands is raising alarming concern from Indian smartphone brands since the Chinese brand, which had around 7% market share in the first quarter of 2014, 51% market share as first quarter of 2017. According to Counterpoint Research, Chinese brands including Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, and Realme controlled 81% of Indian smartphone markets, which is all-time high share. The pandemic coupled with anti-China sentiment severely impacted the market share, which declined for the first time almost 2 years, boycotting Chinese products brands like Vivo, OnePlus unaffected, but may severely hurt employment in India. It is not just pricing that makes the Chinese smartphones brand attractive in India. They have a rising graph when it comes to technology, which cannot be ignored. This sentiment has roots in the Indian national movement to boycott British goods that took shape in the pre-independence India. Many Indians threw away clothes made in Manchester. However, is it inevitable when living in British India? People were coming home to various products which were imported into the country from the Britain anyway. India and China have a very old history. The first record of the contact between China and India were written during the 2nd century BCE. Buddhism was transmitted from China to India in 1st century CE. Trade relations via the Silk Route acted as economic contact between the two regions. Present study is an attempt to focus on understanding Chinese technology in contemporary India, especially in the context of smartphone and social media. India's relationship with biggest trading partner, China, has been defined by the one-sided kind of bhai-bhai. India's hunger for Chinese machinery and equipment, the return in India exported low-grade grade ores to China. A trade surplus in China's favor has now crossed $50 billion out of two-way trade of around $85 billion. Since 2015, around $7 billion in Chinese funding has poured to Indian tech sector. Chinese tech companies have over the past years also launched ambitious tailor-made products for the Indian markets. As of last year, of 100 most popular Android apps used in India, 44 were Chinese, including 5 in top 10, such as now popular video sharing platform TikTok and UC browser, said one recent report describing it as a Chinese takeover of the Indian app ecosystem. Next point is significance of India boycott China as a response to the Ladakh attack. India is angry after bloody clash on June 2020 between India and Chinese troops at Galwan Valley. Across the country, there are calls to boycott Chinese products that halt bilateral trade, which with people burning questions Chinese appliances and goods, and Union Minister even wanting a ban restaurants selling Chinese foods. Shutting the doors on Chinese products now still not benefited in India. 87% Indian ready to boycott Chinese products for the next years, according to survey by the local circles, one online community platform spread across 235 cities. 87% said yes, no question. Yes to the question, would you boycott Chinese goods from the next year? When asked if they are willing to boycott buying or using products and services Chinese companies like Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, OnePlus, Cloud Factory, AliExpress, TikTok, WeChat, etc., immediately 58% of these surveyed said yes, don't buy from now, while 39% said yes, don't buy from now, but have to use while I have already purchased. Next point is China is India's second largest trade partner, but India is one of China's smaller partners. 2 years ago, the United States edged past China to become India's biggest trading partners at 11.3%. However, China still accounts for 10.6% of our trade. Together with Hong Kong, it is actually our largest trading partner by a wide margin. India accounts for only 2.1% of Chinese trade, and it is 12th place best figure in 2018. Therefore, a trade war will hurt India much more than China. Next point is boycott could hit India's trade in big way. According to United Nations Conference on Trade and Development data for 2018, 15.3% of Indian imports from China and 5.1% from Indian exports go to China. Despite the huge trade imbalance, it is difficult to say whether Chinese products harm in India. Boycotting Chinese products will result in Indian trader loss. As they first purchase, this will stock from China and they sell in India. If boycotted, it means Indians are self-destructing their economy. As the traders contribute to Indian economy by paying tax, boycotting will lead joblessness of those Indian traders, as China has already sold the stocks of these traders. So those traders will suffer most, and so India. The whole smartphone markets of India is almost occupied by Chinese multinational companies, which generates huge revenue from Indian economies. If boycotted, India is itself going to suffer a lot. Next point is China could lose out on India could lose out on Chinese investment.
Yes, Kaushal, if you can finish within 4-5 minutes, it will be nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chinese investments in India has been increasing over the past 2 decades. The number of Chinese companies investing in India increased from 21 in 2010 to 48 in 2019, according to a report by FDImarkets.com, which tracks cross-border FDI foreign FDI investments. Some 225 Chinese companies have invested in India between 2003 to 2020. The Chinese telecom industry in particular has a large presence in India. Huawei, Xiaomi currently have the highest number of projects opening in India. JTE and Vivo each have 5 ongoing projects. Now, let's go into my conclusion. China's exports to India account for only 2% of its total exports. So even if India's boycott all the goods imported from China, it will not make as a big impact on China as bring to its skin before India. It is technically possible, but it would result in loss of income for both countries, more for India. On the other hand, India can boycott Chinese product by the simple way. Whether you purchased everything from of your need, just see whether it is made in China or not. If it is not made in China, you are good for. And number two, when you saw the words made in China in your purchasing, first think about the alternative products. It may be made in India or made in Japan or made in Korea, etc. One important thing that Chinese products come with name made in PRC. So avoid PRC because PRC means People Republic of China. So it is very difficult to say that India boycott Chinese product, but when the economical gap between India and China is narrowed, the country promoted by emotions of nationalism amid the standoff between the two countries can boycott Chinese products, carve out a path for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to beautiful presentation and being into chair. Actually, I took up this issues of economics also, and I, frankly speaking, I got to know more from these two presentations. Very nicely and neatly presented. And if there is a question, we can take up the questions.
Yes, one question for Monalisa Mohanta, madam. Madam, yeah, the question actually asked by Shubhendu Roy. Madam, if you can be totally 100% self-reliant, what will happen to our relationship with China? Once again, I am repeating the line. Ma'am, if you can be totally 100% self-reliant, what will happen to our relationship with China?
Okay, so I would like to answer this in a very pragmatic way that in this age of globalization, when the motto of globalization is like it is we are countries are getting more and more intertwined with each other. They are getting more and more connected with each other, and especially in the open market economy, following the trade rules and everything. So, in my opinion, first of all, I'm sorry, it may be my lack of understanding. I could not understand what do you mean by self-reliant. If I take it as self-reliant means in the economic field, self-reliance, that we are producing our own goods, we are selling, we are selling these goods to our own market, this huge market. But in my opinion, in today's globalized world, this is not possible, that no economy can sustain in its own. Because how it can be possible? Because India has a huge market, huge consumers also, but India lacks certain, for the industrial growth and for industrial output, India lacks certain natural resources for which India went for the 1, 2, 3 nuclear deal with, like for an example, like such deals with USA, or India is for an example, oil. India is a huge oil importing country. So for this, we have to rely on others. So yes, if we take this in this way, that we are manufacturing our good, but the the market, if this is only the domestic market, is only the market that the Indian manufacturer has, then this domestic market is going to be saturated at one point of time, and we have to look beyond that domestic market. This also happened during the Industrial Revolution also, that for that precipitated the colonization. So to my opinion, this self-reliant, if I take self-reliant in this term, this is not possible, but obviously we would take the measures, and we would set our ambition to become more to invest our quality in, or to become to invest more skilled laborers, so that India can also become a manufacturing giant. Because without without this scope of manufacturing, our country cannot sustain for long. Because India's is only, our service industry is very strong. We are delivering, we are supplying to the to overseas based on the strength of our service industry. But what about the manufacturing industry? So therefore, the Make in India initiative was taken. Then Make in India 2.0 was also introduced in 2018, and now recent the Atmanirbhar Bharat. But here I want to mention another point, that our Prime Minister talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, that means self-reliance, and he quoted many verses from Veda, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, this kind of thing. But I like to mention one thing, that it's yesterday only the Indian government dissolves its board of handloom and handicraft, and we know that this this cottage industry, these shares are substantial amount in India's manufacturing unit also. But there are lakhs of people employed in these industries, these cottage industries. So if if the government, these industries, they don't get incentives from the government, so how they are going to be Atmanirbhar? This is my point of view.
Please sum up quickly.
Yeah. Is there any question for Kaushal?
No question for others.
Okay. No more questions, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There is a two presentation made by Mona Lisa Mohanta and Kaushal Ali, and both are very exhaustive and pragmatic in nature, and contemporary too. Now, having said so, just a few issues which Mona Lisa pointed out, it's have an immense importance, and we need to ponder over that why there is a fixed exchange rate is still being there in China. That means it has been pegged with the yuan. So the rest of the countries, rather, they're forced to go into flexible exchange rates, if not in the capital account, but in the current account. Even India also. So there, India is lagging behind, and it has been pegged for many years, and there is certain changes, but again it remains pegged. So that is one advantage that China is having. That is a very important point she put forward. Another is the cheap labor. Yes, China has a kind of not only cheap labor, rather the way they can use the labor. Occasionally raises the questions of human rights too also. But at the end of the day, that is the Chinese way to practice the market socialism, that labor they can utilize, and labor is the positions of the country, or the for China. So that is another important issue that has been why we have been outcompeted. And third point, an important point she raised very pertinently, is that China is more accessible. That if you look at the foreign direct investment by European countries and the US, and other countries is much, much higher in China in comparison to India. India failed to become that attractive so for the FDI is concerned. So China has attracted huge FDI from other countries also. Uh, and third is that there is a kind of a contradiction. Somewhere we are cooperative, and in some places we are competitive. So that G20 summit that she has been put forward, Lucas policy, China is one of the is in the focal point. BRICS is there. There is also China is an important factor. Again, when the UN membership is concerned, okay, there is a kind of a relationship is not that linear. And she also raised the soft power and hard power. And thirdly and importantly, she told that there are a lot of things, even from the bias to all those things, which can revamp our small and cottage industries. She put forward very nicely, and that can be looked at. So this is the presentation, brief summary of the presentation made by the Mona Lisa Mohanto. And another important issue she raised that the HDI, just for a point of references, that Sri Lanka is much, much ahead in the HDI ranking in comparison to China and India. So they perform much better in the, possibly their position is 69. And China and India is lagging much, much behind. And as a consequence, and she rightly put forward that so for the healthcare system is concerned, human capital is concerned, both India and China should look into the issues. So this is the brief summary of Mona Lisa's paper. So for Koshirali is concerned, I can summarize that he took up the smartphone issues, and through smartphone, he highlighted the importance of kind of industry and the employment in the industrial sector, and effectively the reliance that we should have with the trade relations we need to have with the China shouldn't be ignored, keeping the unemployment scenario and the economic scenario in India in mind. So it's two very beautiful presentations. I thank both of the presenters from bottom of my heart for this particular presentation, and I thank the organizers also to kind of this kind of webinar with such a varied and issues with a huge depth of knowledge, and I hope that it will continue to be so in future too also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anjan Chakraborty, Associate Professor, EGC Human Resource Development Center, University of Bardhaman, for chair this particular session. I am also thanks to our selected papers presenter, Dr. Mona Lisa Mohanto and Kaushal Ali. We are already 1 hour late. That's why we are going to start our next technical session. This session, technical session 9. Here, this session will be chaired by Dr. Shailen Devnath, Associate Professor, Department of History, Alipurduar College. May I request Dr. Shailen Devnath, Associate Professor, Alipurduar College, Department of History. Yeah. Here, we have 3 selected papers. One from Pavitra Kumar Barman, Associate Professor, Head, Political Science, Kaliaganj College. The title of the paper is Historical Significance of the Sino-Indian Relation in the Establishing Peace in South Asia. Second one is Joydeep Singh, Assistant Professor, History of Alipurduar Mohila Mahavidyalaya, Alipurduar. 1954 Panchashil Pact to Galwan Valley Violence, India-China relation in the last 7 decades. Last one, Pranjal Roy Stack, History, Shama Prasad College, India-China relation during the Cold War, substantial issues. I am requesting here to the chair, please maintain time. Here, each and every presenter will get 10 minutes. Once again, I am requesting Dr. Shailen Devnath to chair this session. Hello.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may start.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I request Pavitra Kumar Barman to and afterwards 2 other speakers will speak. Hello. But regarding the maintenance of time, I shall not do anything. I will have to do it. So I request Pavitra Kumar Barman.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear. Pavitra
Pavitra
sir.
Burman is present.
Uh,
Hello, am I audible?
yes, yes, sir. You may start.
Yes.
Respected chairperson, all dignitaries, and my dear participants, thanks to all of you. I am going to deliver my lectures in the seminar. My topic is historical significance of Sino-India relations in establishing peace in South Asia. India and China are two of the most influential countries in South Asia from many centuries ago. The People's Republic of China and India are very old neighbors and their relations are very old. Cultural relations between India and China have been established in the distant past from the time of Huanshan and Fahian. The Silk Road was considered an important trade route between India and China. Besides it is through this path that the doctrine of Buddha was propagated from India to East Asia. Even before the establishment of the People's Republic of China, there was a great deal of bitterness in the Indian public against Japanese aggressive policy towards China. The liberation struggle of the Communist Party led by Mao Zedong against the Kuomintang encouraged the people of India with great interest and dedication. India gained independence in 1947. On the other hand, on 1st October 1949, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the socialist revolution took place in China. India is the first country to recognize the People's Republic of China on 7th December 1949. Relations between India and China have been established since 1950. China and India are two populous countries and two emerging economies. As a major power in South Asia, India has established itself in international politics since 1947. India has repeatedly influenced not only Asia but the entire world. The best advocate of non-alignment movement has established India as an artisan of peace in international relations following the principles of Panchashil. On the platform of the United Nations, India has raised various issues and demands of the third world. India was unequaled in the third world leadership. India is playing a significant role in the movement for economic and political sovereignty in the third world. It is very difficult to maintain peace in South Asia without talks between China and India. The People's Republic of China has recently emerged as one of the world's great powers, and its role is in shaping international relations in enormous. India-China relations were initially very cordial. Relations between India and the People's Republic of China have been established since 1950. In 1951, the Indian government refused to sign the Japan Peace Treaty. In 1954, India opposed the US intervention in Indochina. India was sympathetic to China during the Korean War. Formosa is considered by India to be an integral part of China. Moreover, India and China have simultaneously opposed all military alliances. In 1954, the then Prime Minister of China, Zhou Enlai, visited India and strengthened the friendly relations between India and China. By that time, India and China adopted the Panchashil to maintain mutual relations. China opposed the presence of Indian troops at Barghoti in Ladakh, which is the part of Indian territory, on 17th June 1954. China occupied Barghoti on 28th July 1955. India alleged that Chinese troops entered into the Indian territory. China demanded for Barghoti in 1956. Zhou Enlai came to India on November 1956. He declared that the McMahon line is the border of two countries. So the McMahon line on the northern border will be fixed after talks with Tibet. In 1958, the issue of Barghoti was discussed between India and China withdrew troops from the area. but did not withdraw civilians. China discussed with India regarding border dispute. Later, China rejected India's proposal. China arrested Indian troops guarding Aksai China territory in 1958. The anti-China uprising began in Tibet in 1959. Dalai Lama took shelter in India, and the incident marked a turning point in Sino-Indian relations. India complained that China builds roads and airfields on a large part of India, incorporating China's map. India further alleges that China has occupied a large part of Ladakh in 1959. From 1960 to 1987, relations between India and China were extremely tense. Massive border clashes erupted in the Ladakh region between China and India on 24th October 1962. That is called Indo-China War. China proclaimed ceasefire unilaterally. Various countries in Afro-Asia, Sri Lanka, Burma, Indonesia, etc. have demanded an end to the Sino-Indian War. They met together in Colombo and accepted a number of proposals. This proposal can be called Colombo Proposal in 1963. India was agreed to accept this proposal, but China did not accept it. In this context, Pakistan made an agreement with China and handed over some parts of Pakistan occupied Kashmir to China. As a result of the Sino-Indian conflict, both India and China withdrew their ambassadors in the early 1960s. Disputes between China and Russia began, and Russia helped India by giving defense equipments. The conflict between India and China is intensifying. China supported Pakistan in the 1965 Pak-India War and in the 1971 Bangladesh War of Independence. In the 70s, Sino-India relation took a new turn. However, on 29th April 1957, China opposed the annexation of Sikkim by India. On 8th March 1978, a team of China came to India. They were welcomed warmly. Then Indian Foreign Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee visited China in 1979. The foreign ministers of two countries expressed interest in normalizing relations. Sino-Indian relations improved from the late 1980s to 1990s. By this time, Sino-Vietnam War began and Vajpayee returned an unfinished tour. The process of improvement of the relationship started from the 8th decade. The collapse of socialism in Eastern Europe in the early 90s and the breakup of the Soviet Union, Cold War, and the decline of bipolarism, which dramatically changed the international arena. Ending border disputes, economic cooperation, execution of various agreements has added a new dimension to the relations between the two countries. India has been raised in the international arena for tackling COVID-19 pandemic. India has helped many countries in the world to prevent corona with hydroxychloroquine medicine. In recent times, good relations have been established between the USA and India on various international issues, including the corona crisis. On the other hand, China has not taken a good look at the issue of US's friendly relations with India, despite the fact India has been elected temporary member of the Security Council of UNO recently. We think that China is betraying India in various ways. As a result, China has created Galwan Valley crisis with India at present. It is alleged that the People's Liberation Army of China violated the line of actual control in the Galwan Valley. The Indian army fought valiantly and resisted the People's Liberation Army of China. China has repeatedly tried to violate the line of actual control. This is a sign of China's aggressive attitude in violation of international agreement. 20 Indian soldiers were killed in the incident. On the other hand, more than 40 Chinese troops were killed in that struggle. India strongly condemned Chinese aggressive behavior. Recently, relations between China and Russia have improved. On July 2001, China and Russia signed an agreement on Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. The agreement was originally signed to strike a balance against the growing role of the United States. China must be abandoned and imperialist views in terms of peace in South Asia. After Galwan, India banned Chinese apps. It is also a sign of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. There is a sense in India's domestic policies in terms of defense. India's defense minister Rajnath Singh gave permission to soldiers to use gun as needed in Ladakh border. As a result, China is trying to form anti-Indian group in South Asia with Pakistan, Afghanistan and Nepal to pressurize India. International peace cannot be imagined without Asia. Apart from China and India, peace in Asia cannot be considered. For this reason, experts in international politics are interested in Sino-Indian relations. China is capable of resisting Rus and US influence in Asia, so many countries do not want to improve Sino-Indian relations. Pakistan-China friendship and Kashmir problems can be cited as obstacles to Sino-Indian friendly relations. The United States has emerged as China's strongest rival in Asia. One of the ways to resist China is the Indo-US friendly relations. Interesting to note that US-China support is strengthening Pakistan. Both countries want to weaken India. China must move forward on the principle of mutual cooperation and friendship. China must stop influencing the buffer states. India always carries the message of peace and cooperation in South Asia. India also is trying to maintain good relationship with China diplomatically. Thus, it is possible to resolve disputes through mutual discussion and cooperation between the two countries. Besides, neighboring countries should come forward for peaceful coexistence in South Asian region. Both countries should resolve border demarcation dispute and trade route dispute through talks for the purpose of bilateral relations. Apart from this, international community has an active role in this regard. In order to establish peace in South Asia, China and India have to be very careful about their relationship. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Dr. Soilendra sir, please. Our next Professor Joydeep Sen, Professor G. Alipurduar
Yes.
Mahavidyalaya. His
Yes, I am here.
topic is
Joydeep should now present his papers.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, the organizer. Today, I am presenting the paper is 1954 Panchashil Pact to Galwan Valley Violence, India-China relations in last 70 years. China-India relations, also called Sino-Indian relations or Indian-Chinese relations, refer to the bilateral relationship between China and India. The tone of the relationship has varied over time. The two nations have sought economic cooperation with each other, while occasional border dispute and economic nationalism in India are a major point of contention. The modern relationship began in 1950 when India recognizes the People's Republic of China as the legitimate government of mainland China. China and India are the two of the major regional powers in Asia and are two of the most populous countries in the fastest growing major economy in the world. Cultural and economic relations between China and India date back to ancient times. The Silk Road not only served as a major trade route between India and China, but is also carried for facilitating the spread of Buddhism from India to East Asia. In 1954, 28 April, Zhou Enlai visited India. He and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru signed the Panchashil Pact, the 5 principles of Panchashil coexistence, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence known as Panchashil Treaty, non-interference in others' internal affairs and respect for each other's territorial unity, integrity, and sovereignty are a set of principles to govern relations between states. Their first formal codifications in Treaty formed was in the agreement between China and India in 1954. The main points of the Panchashil agreement were peaceful coexistence, mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-interference, mutual non-aggression, equality, and mutual benefit. The Panchashil Agreement served as one of the most important relations built between India and China to further the economic and security cooperation. An underlying assumption of the five principles was that newly independent states, after decolonization, would be able to develop a new and more principled approach to international relations. Jawaharlal Nehru says, if these principles are recognized in the mutual relations of all countries, then indeed there would hardly be any conflict and certainly no war. The Panchashil Pact had removed the tension between India and China up to the great extent. After these treaties, trade and confidence building between India and China had gained a lot of strength. Meanwhile, slogan of the Hindi Chinese brother are also raised. On 8 September 1959, China refused to accept the McMahon Line with Zhou Enlai, claiming that Beijing was not a signatory to the 1842 British India and China Peace Treaty. On 19 April 1960, Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai and PM Jawaharlal Nehru hold a meeting to address boundary questions, but it ends in a deadlock. October-November 1962, India and China engaged in a border war with several small clashes over the disputed Aksai Chin and border areas in Arunachal Pradesh. There had been a series of violent borders between the two countries after the 1959 Tibetan uprising when India granted asylum to the Dalai Lama. On 20 October 1962, invading disputed territory along the 3,225 kilometers long Himalayan border in Ladakh and across the McMahon Line, Chinese troops advanced over Indian forces in both theaters, capturing Rizangla in Chushul and the Western Theater as the Tawang in the Eastern Theater. The war ended when China declared to ceasefire on 20 November 1962 and simultaneously announced its withdrawal to its claimed line of actual control. 2nd March 1963, China and Pakistan signed a boundary settlement in which Pakistan ceded 5,080 square kilometers of Pakistan occupied Kashmir to China. In 1967, India and China forces have border clash in Nathula, leading to the death of estimated 80 Indian and 400 Chinese soldiers. April 1970, India and Chinese diplomats established informal contacts. May 1974, China criticized India's first nuclear test in Pokhran. April 1975, China condemned the merge of Sikkim with India. October 1975, Chinese forces crossed over the Indian territory in Arunachal Pradesh, Tulung La, and ambushed a patrol of Assam Rifles Jawans, killing 4 of them. April 1976, India and China restored full diplomatic ties after a 15-year hiatus. 1984, India and China signed a most favored nation trade agreement. 1986, Beijing strongly objected to Indian discussion to make Arunachal Pradesh a state. 1988, PM Rajiv Gandhi visits China. Both countries signed an agreement to establish a joint working group on boundary settlement and a joint group of economic relations, trade, science, and technology. 1991, Chinese Premier Li Peng leaves India after a milestone visit, the first by a Chinese diplomat in over 3 decades. September 1993, Prime Minister VP Narasimha Rao visited China and the two states signed in the agreement on border peace and tranquility. August 1995, the India and Chinese authorities agreed to pull back their troops on the Sungdam-Chu Valley and eastern sector, while it was the site of 1987 border clash between two sides. 1996, Chinese President Jiang Zemin visited India and both nations agreed to reduce troops on their disputed border areas. 14 May 1998, China strongly condemns India's second nuclear test in Pokhran. June 1990, China talks about Beijing mutual in the Kargil conflict and agrees to establish a security mechanism with India. November 1999, India and China hold detailed discussion on ways to settle border disputes. In 11 January 2000, Beijing wants New Delhi to give him political asylum to Governor who violated the 5 principles to peaceful coexistence between India and China. 14 January 2000, India officially declared to China that the 17th November has arrived in Dharamshala but has not been granted refugee status. 31st January 2000, China Army built a permanent road network and set up bunkers 5 km in the Indian side of the LAC in Akshay Chin area of Ladakh. 22 February 2000, India and China signed a bilateral trade agreement to make way for the latter's early entry into the World Trade Organization. April 2000, India and China commemorate 50 years of the diplomatic relations. January 2002, Chinese Premier Zhou visited India. March 2002, the India and Chinese governments agreed in Beijing to accelerate the peace of LAC declaration of the initiation of the resolving the border dispute within a reasonable time frame. 2003, tension between both the nations over the Tibet and Sikkim de-escalated after a landmark visit of Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee to China. July 2006, the Nehru-La Pass between Sikkim and Tibet is respawned the trade after 44 years. October 2009, China opposite PM Manmohan Singh visited Arunachal Pradesh. July 2014, Modi meets JP for the first time in the Alameda Sunland of the BRICS summit in Brazil. September 2014, Chinese troops reportedly entered 2 kilometers inside the Sumo sector, leading to the heightened tension between India and China. November 2014, Ajit Dufal is appointed National Security Advisor and a special representative for India-China border negotiation. Earlier this month, JP had invited Modi to attend the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in Beijing, but Prime Minister declined to offer and traveled to Fiji, Australia, and Myanmar instead. January 2015, US President Barack Obama visited India on Republic Day, following a long meeting with PM Modi. A joint statement is released in which both premiers mentioned that mutual concern about Chinese expansion in the South China Sea. October 2016, PM Modi meets President Xi Jinping on the sidelines of the Goa BRICS Summit. June 2017, India and China engaged into a major 73-day border standoff over China's construction of a road in Doklam. Both sides withdrew forces in August. May 2017, India rejects Chinese intervention to attend the BRI summit in Beijing. June 2017, India, along with Pakistan, became a full member of the Shanghai Cooperation Council. April 2018, PM Modi visits China for his first informal summit with President Xi Jinping in Wuhan, following the Doklam standoff and India's refusal to join a Belt and Road initiatives. October 2019, Chinese President Xi Jinping visit Malappuram, Tamil Nadu for an informal summit with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Late April 2020, India and China engaged in a major border standoff at the LAC in Ladakh in a Doklam-like situation. Since 5th May 2020, Chinese and Indian troops have engaged in aggressive melee face-off and skirmishes to locations along the Sino-Indian border, including near the disputed Pangong Lake in Ladakh and the Tibet Autonomous Region, and near the border between Sikkim and the Tibet Autonomous Region. On 10th May 2020, Chinese and Indian troops clashed in Nathulash, Sikkim, leaving 11 soldiers injured. Following the skirmishes in Sikkim, tension between the two countries given the Ladakh with a build-up with the troops multiple locations. In late May, Chinese forces object to Indian road construction in the Galwan River Valley. According to Indian sources, melee fighting on 15 to 16 June 2020 resulted in the death of 20 Indian soldiers, including an officer, and the casualties of 43 Chinese soldiers, including death of an officer. The clashes between India and Chinese troops at the Galwan Valley in Ladakh along the LAC on the night of June 15 point to a new era in the strain between the two neighbors. Following the death, Prime Minister Modi addressed the nation about the incident, saying that the sacrifice made by the soldiers will not go in vain. While the Indian Foreign Minister told the Chinese Foreign Minister that Chinese action in Galwan were premeditated, the Chinese Foreign Minister said that both sides were trying to de-escalate the situation. An allies of the Indian relations with the People's Republic China today must take to the historical perspective, difference in the global situation, domestic politics, and perceived personal security interests which set in 1950s, in view that the diversity and range of issues which have engaged India and China, the India-China relationship could be described as a very complex engagement. Thank you, sir.
Yes, now it is time for giving the
Sir, I think next
Hello.
presenter, Pranjal. Hello. Next
Yes,
presenter,
sir.
Pranjal Roy, SAC History, Shamaprasad College, Kolkata. Pranjal Roy,
Can I start?
are you
Yes, sir.
here? Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you may start.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is India-China relations during the Cold War, the substantial issues. My research mainly focuses on the development of the relationship between India and China during the Cold War. Both India and China were facing tumultuous political and economic situation in the early 1950s. The post-Asian war scenario, both the countries were newly emerging nations. India became independent on 15 August 1947. The People's Republic of China was founded in 1949. India was the first non-socialist country to recognize China on 1949. At the beginning of the relationship was cordial, with the two nations who championed for Asia-Africa solidarity in the Bangtan Asian African Conference in 1955. Research analyzes the major points of disagreement with the two nations, particularly on the issue of Tibet. 1955 agreement between India and China. India recognized the sovereignty of China over Tibet. A study looked into the transformation of cordiality into hostility of 1962. How much the change geopolitical situation in the conflict of Cold War were responsible for this transformation? What role did India play in this relationship? How far does the boundary dispute, which is still not resolved today, responsible for increasing mistrust between the two nations? Research studies the political position taken by the two nations for the boundary dispute. Paper further studies in the position of USA that was taken during the conflict. How India perceived the aggression of the USA towards China. In the 1950s, USA wanted to contain China, but India disagreed with the idea of containing China. In later years, the attitude of India having more friendly interactions with China changed drastically and aligned more of using China as a security threat. Now, India did not share a border with China proper till the Chinese occupation of Tibet in 1960. Because China made Tibet a part of China, it shared a long border with China, which according to the Chinese authorities had never been delimited. The Sino-Indian border dispute had two specific issues: the Aksai Chin Desert and the Northeastern Frontier Agency. Though Aksai Chin had remained a bone of contention in the two countries, China never acknowledged that there was a dispute with India on the borders question till 1958. In all their references to the border question with India, Chinese leadership maintained the view that there is no border dispute with India but small border issues. Chinese leadership was careful in not to antagonize Indian leadership as he was leading the campaign for PRC entry into the UN. Now, Nehru had an Asian dream, which he regarded that China and India would emerge as nations in Asia. Now, this dream was mainly shattered in the war of 1962. But till the geopolitical changes in the Tibet occurred, the border issue was not a major factor in India-China relations. But when Tibet was conquered by China, 14th Dalai Lama was given asylum by India. China had very misconceptions about India. China thought that India had British imperial policies and also that India was supporting the uprising in Tibet. So the asylum provided by India to Dalai Lama was not seen very cordially by the Chinese. Now, mainly, China started claiming their territorial claims over Arunachal, which according to the Chinese was important because it would prove Chinese control over Tibet. And so also to control over Taiwan on the ground would bring the birthplace of 6th Dalai Lama to legitimize Chinese control over the institution of Dalai Lama and the thus Buddhist Tibet. Now, USA was in the beginning was very much against China, but after the war of 1962, India supported mainly US position of reducing the relationship with China and to contain China. Now, the main points of my study is that the Tibet geopolitical tension was mainly responsible for the deterioration of position of relationship between India and China. Now, Tibet asylum given to Dalai Lama was mainly because India had a very cultural relationship with Tibet on the basis of Buddhism. But China thought that it was mainly against China. That's why India was very interfering in Tibet. The second point of my study is that USA was very much against China from the beginning, but the war of 1962 changed the position of India from cordial relationship to confrontation. Thank you, sir.
Hmm. Sir, I think there is no question. You may continue.
Am I audible?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello. I am audible.
Yes, sir.
And there is
You
no
are audible.
question.
Yes. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. There is question. Any question? Any question to any of these three papers?
No, sir.
No.
No.
So, three presenters, Kumar Botman, Professor Kumar Botman,
Dr. Utpal Roy. Dr. Utpal Roy. Hello, Dr. Utpal Roy. I left a question on the chat box.
Yes.
And it was to Professor
Okay.
Joydeep.
Okay, then question, please.
So the question is here to Joydeep Singh. Don't you think that the pencil is still maintained or obeyed? It is done by Devkumar Sino.
Okay, may I answer, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Pontushil Treaty was particularly it's aimed in the 1962 before China imposed war in India due to I think, and Pontushil the framework of basic tenets of engagement between the two sovereign countries and Western the state of the time. It is a quality of relevant of all times. So it is no surprise that first Asia-Africa Conference of Bandung, Indonesia in 1955 adopted these principles. But nowadays, the situation was not, at that moment, was not very toughful to impose this kind of the situation of this kind of the constitution, the agreement, the maintain this peaceful agreement at the situation. So I think in the very future, if the situation was, I think the situation is better, and then in my view, that point is that the constitutional agreement was not at that maintained. Thank you, sir.
If so, hello, Professor Joydeep, if so, what happened on 15th June in the current year? Instead of shooting, why did the soldiers from both the countries engaged scuffles?
I think due to technical problem, Joydeep is already unmuted. Muted.
Okay, leave it.
Can you hear me, Joydeep? Okay, sir, just conclude the session because we are already 1 hour 15 minutes late.
Yes. So, papers by nature seems to be much similar and covered the same area, and all the three presenters gave the narratives of development achievements from 1915 to present day. And I think they have done it well, but analytical studies should have been done a bit. Anyway, it is, I think, in the cases, whether I don't know if they are first time anything from this or not, analytical background should have been South, while China, in spite of India's overt efforts since 1950, China ultimately followed its own policy of aggrandizement and the border crisis took place. The thing is that right from the beginning, India followed a policy of contradiction. India emerged as a emerged as a communist country. Soviet Union was a communist country. Then India, being a democratic country, deserted the West and made friendship with Soviet Union in course of time and struggled for China's entry. They had national socialization. When the Western powers requested India to become permanent member of UN Security Council, Jawaharlal Nehru simply rejected the offer. And he proposed rather that it was communist China that was the legitimate.
Hello, Dr. Sholin Demnath sir, can you hear me?
He left.
Due to technical reason, I think is we are unable to contact with him. Oh, okay, we just wait for 1 and 2 minutes, then we'll start for the next session.
Yes,
Due to technical, yes,
Dr. Soilendra
sir,
but
please
he kept muted.
Unmute your phone. Sir, please unmute. Sir, can you hear me? Please unmute your phone. Sir, can you hear me, sir? Please unmute. Hello? 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 He left, I think he left again. So I am.
So better to proceed.
Yes. So once again, thank you here, for Dr. Yes. Hello. Yes, sir, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. There was total disconnection. So
yes.
What I wanted the contradiction. Despite China still has but eight that was not neither it not even in India as per understanding of 1954. China used just a national its design was so fine, very so ultimately the Lama and it another case also India food policy result and the of strength of after the year 60 and 62 new in 67 they exploded hydrogen bomb India left behind India in 1964 India had to depend the explosion so that India on the it has to buy a man outside. That knows the in India when in this China it and the mini was so this is not in the of India inside in China is India that is in I see the India natural resources defense establishment ahead of India. Chinese Navy nearly 3 times bigger than India. Chinese Air Force nearly 3 times bigger. Already to India will be fighting it. But 15, 17, and so in all cases, when we find emotional outburst in India.
Professor Varun Ghosh.
Just wait for 1 minute or 2 minutes, huh? Then
He was there only. I saw him. He was there.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
But now he's not available here. Okay, you can discuss the paper of Surajit Sahas. I am requesting
Yes,
to put the chair. Yes.
Dr. Mitro, if you have
Give your
any observation.
observation.
Okay. I'm sorry, Shurujit. I just did not introduce you properly because of shortage of time. Oh, it's a really I can understand that you are a ongoing scholar, so you do more hard work than us. So it's a really good paper that you shared with us, and you just told about the ancient civilization and ancient connection with the with China and India, and the history of pilgrimages into from China from China to India. Yes, it is. It is actually Actually, it is there in if you will find the Chinese scholar monks that Faiyan, Zhuangzhan, they came during say 600 BC. They came during that time, and it was they have a we have a very good connection regarding the trade with Nepal, and trade relations also very much important in this aspect. And as we know that there are many neighboring countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka with us, they also have a connection with China, and I think you are just not in. You did not got sufficient time to deliver your paper fully, so I hope yeah, we will listen you next time, and all the best for everything. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you, ma'am. I'm still learning.
And I've just handed to Dev Kumar sir. Uh,
Yes,
if you share your point of view, sir.
it's okay. I'm of the same opinion with you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
So,
So
if
I would like to
Arun,
congratulate here Dr. Swapna Mitro, Head Assistant Professor, Department of History, Shahid Khudram College, and Mr. Dev Kumar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda, to chair this particular technical session 10. And I also like to thank here Surujit Shah, the selected speaker of this particular panel. So we are already late, and we are going to our next session, the dedicatory session. So I would like to request here Dr. Swapna Mitra again, Head Assistant Professor, Department of History, for giving the vote of thanks of today's national level webinar. Dr. Swapna Mitra.
Thank you,
before
sir.
going to, we would better give the last call to Arun
Arun
Ghosh,
sir.
isn't it?
No, I think Arun is not here. I have already checked. Yeah.
Okay. Okay then. Then
Hmm.
okay, over to you.
Okay,
Then shall we
Madam,
just come to the conclusion? Okay.
yes, vote
So,
of thanks.
vote of thanks. It's really a very tough job to give the vote of thanks after a program. So it's a really special moment to express my gratitude to all those people who have helped or supported throughout this program. So I would like to thank Srimati Shukla Ghosh, President SPC, for her inaugural speech. Then I would like to thank Dr. Manush Kumar Vaidya, Principal Malda College, for his support of having this webinar and collaboration with SPC. And I would like to thank Mr. Ajay Kumar Datto, Sir, TIC SKC, for his support to have this program. Again, we are thankful to your support in every aspects. And now I just want to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Lama sir, and he is a very busy man. After that also he just agreed to give his valuable time to us, and he shared his opinion with us, and we are really enriched with his knowledge. And we are thankful to Professor Rupkumar Barman sir, who just chaired the session, and we wish them all the best for everything. Now I'm just going to thank to all the chairs by the session, which was chaired by Professor Madhav Chandra Adhikari, Mr. Prabhas Chaudhuri, and Mr. Dev Kumar Singh sir, for your time to chair the sessions and for your important messages and important point of view which you delivered during the session. And I would like to thank our invited speaker, Dr. Shoilin Devnath sir, Dr. Selvin Pal, Dr. Somir Porna Rakshit ma'am, Dr. Jigni Ishila, Dr. Tilotoma Mukherjee ma'am, and for your paper. And I would like to thank all the paper presenters who presented their papers. I'm not going to just name all the names, but I'm just want to thank to everybody. And last but not the least, I want to thank Utpal sir and Chandan sir to organize this webinar and to organize a platform where we speak in a very vital and important issues regarding Sino-Indian relations. And I would like to thank the back supporter. Means we are just only the people who are in front, but there are many people, so those who are in the back, they also supported us for their they are also just doing the same things, but they are not visible here. So I want to thank all of them. And as is an invitation from SKC and Malda College to all the participants, speakers, and keynote speakers, chaired persons. To if we'll get a chance, then we will definitely invite you all to our college, and we are really thankful to each and everybody of this webinar. And without you all, it is not going to be a successful one. We are really, from our core of heart, we are thankful to each and everybody. Even there are some students also participated. We are thankful to the students also that they also listened yesterday and today, and we are thankful to every members of this webinar who have supported directly and indirectly to this webinar. And from SKC and Malda College, we are really are feeling a great pride that we are having this relationships with you all, and we are hopefully that we will meet again in a say in a other program. And I wish you all the best, and everything that you uh, everything that you deserve you will get, and wish you good luck. Thank you.
Now I would like to call here Mr. Chandan Roy. Mr. Chandan Roy, our coordinator of this particular webinar. Mr. Chandan Roy, Department of Political Science, Malda College, Malda. Chandan.
Hello, am
Hello.
I audible?
Can you hear me? Yes, yes,
Hello.
yes.
Okay, okay. Thank
Yes.
you, Dr. Swapna ma'am, and thank you, Utpal sir. Uh, just I want to share some information. I have already create paper presenter certificate, and all the paper presenter certificate already sent to their mail ID, and all resource persons and chairperson certificate already Utpal sir. I have sent to Utpal sir, and Utpal sir will shortly send to the resource persons and invited paper presenters mail ID within a short period. And the participants, all the participants are requested to open our webinar related website. And in the website, at the top of the website, there is a link, there is a button. If you click on the button, automatically our feedback link will open here, open there, and you just fill up your feedback link. And within 7 days, we will provide all the participant certificate. And one announcement, all the certificate, including resource persons, paper presenters, and participants, will available in our webinar site. There is a dedicated page where all certificate PDF copy will available at any time. At any time, anyone can verify or download his or her certificate from our web page. So it is the announcement for all the participants, paper presenters, and resource person. You can download it from our web page. And finally, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Utpal Roy and all team of Shahid Khudiram College and Malda College. And without the help of two technical person, that is Biprotip Mondol, Mr. Biprotip Mondol, and Mr. Somnath Dotto, they always remain behind the screen. Their eyes always watching our program, and they always try to maintain the they try to always cover the program schedule, all the program, and record the program, and also over YouTube live at the same time. So I would like to thank Biprotip Mondol and Somnath Dotto. And now I request our convener, Dr. Utpal Rai, please officially announce the webinar is over. Dr. Utpal Rai. Hello, Dr. Utpal Rai. Hello. Hello, Dr. Utpal Rai. Are you here?
Hello, Utpal sir. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Utpal Rai.
There may be some problem, technical problem, network problem. So Dr. Mitro can declare it officially over.
Shall we wait for 2 minutes before Arun sir also came here? We saw.
Yes, sir. We shall wait for 2 or 3 minutes. Dr. Utpal Rai will. I think Dr. Utpal Rai will available within a short time.
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Unmute.
Hello.
Hi. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Hello,
Okay, already I think
Dr.
will
Utpal
declare
sir.
the session
I have
end.
already
Yes.
announced that please officially you announce the webinar is over. And if anyone left for giving our vote of thanks or special thanks, please you can mention the vote of thanks or giving our acknowledgement, and then you can officially announce the webinar is over.
Okay. It's thank you everybody, and basically all the participant dignitaries and paper presenters. I have already said that we have near about 30 paper presenters, and we already mentioned that actually raised some question in the articles. I think the discussions of today's webinar is going very well, and thank you all the participants, chairs, and the invited speaker, also the keynote speaker. I want to thank Chair Bipro and Somnath, the technical supporter from Malda College, but they are actually giving continuously back support this webinar from tomorrow. So without their help, we can't organize this seminar organize this seminar perfectly. So thank you, Wipro. So our TIC, Aday Kumar Dattu, and Principal Dr. Manoj Kumar Vaidya, Malda College. Our and once again, and I am declaring that our webinar is over, and already Chandan sir declared the necessary declarations. And if, so thank you once again on behalf of Shahid Khudiram College. We are requesting and we are welcome. Further, if we organize any seminar or program, you are also requested to participate in these programs. Thank you. Thank you. Over to Chandan. Hello? Chandan? Hello?
Shall we go out?
Yes, yes. I would like to request, please you may go out from this platform. Our webinar is over.
Thank you.
Upolla, please send all resource persons and invited paper presenter certificate. Okay.
And
I
chair
have already
certificate.
sent to your mail. And all paper presenter certificate I have already sent 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
So I'm going out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.